Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for our regular council meeting of Monday, July 7th, 2025. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. And for those who are observing on Zoom, please be advised that our YouTube stream is not working, so it's being recorded and will be posted to YouTube later in case anyone inquires via any electronic means. In the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the enduring relationships between Indigenous peoples and the territories they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live in and around it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Megwitch. Council. Any declarations of pecuniary interest or conflict of interest or anything else you think we should know beforehand? Councillor Bocek.
Yes, and thank you. Through you, Mayor, I have a conflict of interest in a closed session item. Tickner subdivision, I believe it is 11D.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other declarations before we go further? I mean, if you think of anything as we progress, please bring it up at the time. With that, our first item, we have a couple presentations, and the first one is the 2025 Award of Excellence for Environmental Leadership and Sustainability. For Environmental Leadership and Sustainability from the Canadian Association of Municipal Administrators. And we have the pleasure of hosting Brenda Orchard, the president of the Canadian Association of Municipal Administrators. In other words, you deal with a whole bunch of CAOs and clerks.
All across the country.
All right. Well, over to you, please.
Thank you. Good morning, Mayor Coetzee, councilors, staff, any of the public that are watching today. Before I start my official remarks, I want to sincerely thank the mayor, your CAO, and your clerk for spending the afternoon with me yesterday to take me out on the water to see your beautiful township. It was spectacular. I was just amazed at how beautiful it is.
And that was only one corner of the township.
And that was only a small part. It was just amazing, and certainly something to be respected, to be treasured, to be protected. And that's pretty on point for why I'm here today. Excuse me. I'm pleased to be here representing CAMA to present the Township of Georgian Bay with the Environmental Leadership and Sustainability Award for municipalities with a population under 20,000. My name is Brenda. I'm the CAO for Lennox and Addington County in Eastern Ontario, and I'm also the CAMA president. I'd really like to thank your CAO, Greg, for his membership and his tremendous support in our association. His leadership, his support of CAOs across this country is truly appreciated. I'd also like to thank Greg and Karen for their attendance at our conference last month, where we unveiled the award that you're about to receive today. Each year, CAMA honors excellence in municipal administration through our awards program in 4 different categories. We have a category for innovation, for environmental leadership and sustainability, for inspiring workplace, and for collaborations with external organizations and municipalities. These awards celebrate great work in municipalities. We share them across the country with other municipalities so that they can benefit from your creativity and your innovation and borrow your ideas and implement them in their own communities. So I know you're proud of your staff for the work that they do every day, and you're proud of them for the success of this project that'll be generational success for your community. But also be proud that it's going to stimulate similar projects in other provinces across this country. It's really quite something special. So because Canada is very diverse, we divide our awards categories based on population. So we have the population category of under 20,000. We have the 20,001 to 100,000, and then we have the over 100,000. I would suggest to you that it's very special to receive the under 20,000 category because we know small communities don't have a lot of resources. You're thrifty with staff and with your budgets, and you're very conscious of that for your ratepayers. That makes achieving a special project like this even more remarkable. It's something really to be proud of. The evaluation criteria, I think it's important to reflect on what the committee considered when they were looking at these awards. We had 54 nominations, so it's really quite something special to get this acknowledgement. The committee looks at innovation and creativity. They look at the impact on municipal administration. They looked at its transferability to other local governments, the impact on the municipality and the organization, and the sustainability and long-term positive impacts. And in particular for this award, because it's the Environmental Leadership and Sustainability Award, they also look at the environmental and sustainability excellence in the project that meets the needs of the present without compromising the future. So I'm very proud to say that this year's winner of the Environmental Leadership and Sustainability Award for a municipality with a population under 20,000 is the Township of Georgian Bay for your landmark environmental corridor and active reconciliation initiative. And Your Worship, I believe we have a video ready to showcase, especially to your ratepayers, so that they understand the magnitude of this great work.
Congratulations to the Township of Georgian Bay, Ontario, winner of the 2025 CAMA Environment Leadership and Sustainability Award in the under 20,000 population category for its landmark environmental corridor and Act of Reconciliation project. In collaboration hailed as a beacon of environmental stewardship, the Township, in partnership with the Georgian Bay Land Trust, successfully established the Eastern Georgian Bay Corridor. This project, supported by almost $700,000 in federal and provincial funding, protects nearly 33,000 acres of critical forest and wetlands. By entering a 999-year conservation lease, the Township has ensured the perpetual protection of 553 acres of ecologically sensitive lands. It has also effectively safeguarded an additional 32,900 acres. In a gesture of reconciliation, the Township also transferred road allowances running through Moose Deer Point First Nation. This created a singular, continuous parcel of First Nation land. Concurrently, over $463,000 in provincial funding was secured to restore 200 hectares of wetlands to fight invasive species. These achievements demonstrate the Township's commitment to its strategic pillars and can be used by other municipalities. Congratulations to the Township of Georgian Bay, Ontario on winning a CAMA Environment Leadership and Sustainability Award.
Your Worship, I'd also like to point out this is incredible work by your staff and tremendously proud of them. At the conference, I could hear people talking about it. Oh, that's something that maybe we should, that people saying what a wonderful idea it was, especially the reconciliation piece with the environmental piece. Very special. Great for your staff, but I'd also like to congratulate you as council, because staff can only do what council provides for them to do and supports them to do. And this is really something special for you as a council, so congratulations.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Obviously, we didn't do this for any awards, but we appreciate the recognition. I think, and I'm glad it was part of the little film clip, is it's impossible without partners. I mean, we had enthusiastic staff on board, and that's key. Council was entirely behind the project. I think I think the votes were unanimous, if memory serves. And if I'm wrong, sorry to whoever voted against it, but I believe it was unanimous. But without the Georgian Bay Land Trust, and by the way, they're amongst a number of different organizations that are very supportive of protecting our area. We're very fortunate that way, but also the federal funding for the corridor project, the provincial funding for some of the wetland, the removal of phragmites and the like. When we're all working together, we can actually have some success, and I think it's especially important given the current, let me call it, political climate, that protecting what should be protected is going to take a little more effort than it did before. And I think I'm very glad that we've taken these important steps in that direction, and I certainly am hopeful that we will continue. But thank you very much. We greatly appreciate the recognition.
Well, thank you for being a role model for other municipalities across the country, because this will get their attention. So thank
Well,
you.
I mean, in the very short run, we're hoping that this corridor project extends north, and I know that the municipalities to our north are actively working on the continuation, and we are even looking at an extension in our lands to the north edge. So I think that yes, that's one of probably the biggest advantage of this award is other people are aware of the possibilities.
Exactly.
And Councillor Cooper.
First of all, I'd like to sort of thank you for the presentation, and it's rather exciting to say the least. But and I'd like to thank our staff for all the work they put into this. But I wanted to recommend to council that it might be worth considering recognizing the Georgian Bay Land Trust officially here, and maybe your organization as well would like to come back and do that, because I think without the work of the executive director of the Georgian Bay Land Trust, this may never have started in the first place. That was the funding. Most of the funding was raised by the executive director, and the initiative was his little brainchild, so to speak, I believe. And I would like to see that we as a township acknowledge that as well. So, but thank you for recognizing us. And if you'd like to acknowledge the land trust with us, that would be another thing that could happen. Thank you.
I can't help but notice the sticker on the back of your computer. That's the land trust sticker. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah. Bill Lougheed recently retired executive director of the Georgian Bay Land Trust, was definitely the initiator of this project in conjunction with the Canadian, I think 30 and 30 or something they name it, where they want to protect 30% of the lands by 2030. And so you're absolutely right. This whole thing started with him, and then we jumped on board. So I think that's I think you're right, is that we should formally acknowledge that Bill Lougheed and the Georgian Bay Land Trust were the initiating partner in all this. All right. Do we have to do any sort of handshaking or something like that at this point? And to keep the positive motion going forward, the second item on our agenda is our food bank donation. And
My name is Carolyn St. Louis, but I
Okay, sorry about that. So we chose to do the Port Severn and the MacTier food banks. And for that first time effort, we managed to raise a total of $798.32 jointly for those two food banks to share. So that was it was a really good fun event, and we're looking forward to doing that again, and hopefully we'll get bigger and better and continue to support those local communities. So at this time, I'd like to present the check to Tricia. Okay, sorry. Or, to Mayor Cossiter.
well, thank you very much. For those who missed it because your microphone was off, that was Carolyn St. Louis from, or is it Louis or Lewis? St. Louis, okay. Carolyn St. Louis, Severn River Association property owners, or SRAPO, who along with the other inland associations had a golf tournament. And I think the rest was on mic, but thank you very much. That is fantastic. We really appreciate everybody getting together, which I think is a terrific thing, and enjoying themselves and raising money for those who unfortunately could benefit from it. So we really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, what's the story with your delegation? I understand that our delegate is not available.
Correct. Unfortunately, they have personal circumstances and are unable to attend today and will be rescheduled for August.
All right, so our delegation has been postponed until August due to personal circumstances, which means we are now going to go to the consent agenda portion of our meeting. And so, Council, you are all aware of the consent agenda, and of course I'll do my usual. Is there any items that you would like to pull for discussion or possible independent debate? Not seeing anything at this point. I am going to read the motion. And that is moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Graziano. Be it resolved the Council adopts the consent agenda of July 7th, 2025 as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And so you get the whole package, which means we're now going to have to say, is there anybody, I don't see anyone here, anyone online for open forum? No. Communications from Mayor and Council. So last month we had two councillors who weren't able to present, so I'm going to give them the first chance. So we're going to go to Councillor Graziano and then Councillor Bocek, and then we'll go down the rest.
Thank you, through your worship. Interesting month. It's been quite busy with constituent requests and meetings. That said, I had the opportunity to attend Wildwood on the Severns Canada Day Parade. As always, every year it's a fantastic parade full of family and golf carts that are decked out to the nines in Canada Day stuff. Fun event. I really want to say thank you to the park for inviting me and their hospitality. That said, I also had the opportunity to attend a meeting on 6 Mile Lake with regards to garbage collection and the loss of bins, along with our mayor and Councillor Bocek to address those matters. And that concludes my month. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor Coatsier. June the 2nd and June the 3rd, I missed both council and the planning meetings due to a personal family business. On the 10th, I met with the mayor and the CAO to discuss goals for the remainder of the term. On the 12th, the mayor and I attended the Baxter Ward Lions Club dinner to celebrate the 5th year of their chapter and the appointment of Catherine Brown as the new president. I'd like to offer my thanks to outgoing President Beth Heinzman for her dedication to the Lions for over 5 years. June 22nd, I planned to attend the Go Home Lake AGM, but due to illness, that was not possible. My regrets to the association, and I will be conversing with Councillor Pretko to catch up. The 26th, attended the Township Appreciation Barbecue with all the trimmings, after which a series of games took place where we were part of the winning team and received a nice gift from Tim Hortons. On July the 3rd, I met with the planning director to discuss a resident's concern from a planning point of view. In July the 5th, attended the Stewart Lake AGM to present to their membership and have a question and answer period. Among the topics, emergency services, water quality, solid waste, repair to the boat launch, and their concerns about the sluice gate between Stewart Lake and Bear Lake. And on July the 6th, attended the open house at Wauwatosa Marina with Councillor Pretko and Mayor Coatsier to discuss the removal of the bins and the future of solid waste for marinas. Councillor Graziano and the mayor hosted and answered questions, many questions as a matter of fact. There was not a lot of smiles. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pretko, can we go over to you now, please?
Sure, and thank you, and through you, Mayor. My month was taken up very similarly, I think, to the comments of both Councillors Bocek and Graziano. Residents' individual concerns, both with the township on different matters, whether it's planning or bylaw, but as well the removal of the bins and the bin sites, converting it over to the water collection is still raising a lot of concerns and questions that are being raised by residents. I did attend the AGM for Go Home Lake Marina, as did the mayor and a number of our staff who excuse me, the residents were very grateful to see the staff, and they were impressed by the dedication of the staff to come out on a Sunday morning and stay until Sunday afternoon to listen to residents' concerns and provide their input. We also met with, Mara and myself met with one of the contractors on the lake who's got concerns about how Miners Bay Road will operate for picking up and delivering materials for contractors and for residents after the bins are removed and the garbage trucks are on the road at the same places where these materials are usually delivered. And so there's still a lot of unanswered questions, I think, in the residents. They're very uneasy about it. But I think at the AGM, the mayor did a good job answering people's questions and trying to provide some reassurance that the township will continue to work on this and be fighting for their backs. And that's really pretty much it. I wasn't unfortunately able to make the Stewart Lake AGM on the weekend, but I will be heading over there later in the month for one of their other Cottage Association events. And I'm sure we'll hear the concerns and hopefully have some updates from now until then. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, through the mayor. We're active in June these days, now that the seasonal residents are taking up residence here. But the committee of adjustment, the usual event there, bit of a special cow meeting, library board. Library is moving along very, very nicely these days. Obviously, with the increase in residents, it helps a lot. The Canada Day celebration, which I had hoped to attend on Canada Day, turned out to be on the weekend, so I missed it entirely. Mind you, I didn't have transportation at the time anyway. Councillor Hazelton can probably address that, but I gather it was went very, very well. Programming for the summer is up and doing quite well. They have the Paddles and Pages visit to the Cognisheen Association Recreation Program started, and also up with the Madawaska Club. Lots of activity at both those events, from what I gather. Now we have other things going on with the library, including the making of birdhouses, about aquatic bugs, and St. John's ambulance will be in attendance. There's also a babysitting course. There was an interesting article in the Globe Mail on just the role that libraries play and what a great assistance they can be to people who are looking for things to do with their children during the summertime at a very, very low cost to those people using the library. Very, very interesting and very, very helpful. There's also one other thing going on. I know that the McTier library is going to be sponsoring rabies vaccines for dogs. So that's coming up as well. Nice to see the library staying just as active as they have been for the last few years. And I think that ongoing presence is very, very good for the township. It's involved in the waste management review process. Also, the Seg Bay Open House, which occurred on the 24th. Mayor and our CAO were in attendance as they opened up, along with the Historical Society, the new access path up to the Petrocan station in Tim Hortons, which should prove to be helpful from both sides, either coming down to take some time while your car is being charged or whatever, or going up to get something to eat. It'll be handy to have, and it's nice to see the poison ivy was not in the middle of the path as it had been the last time I went up there. Then we had the appreciation lunch here. I was a little bit late for that. No telling what kind of traffic you're going to get coming out of Toronto. And really, it shouldn't take half a day to get up here from there, but basically it did. And then finally, July 5th, this past weekend, the privilege of attending, being part of the Cognisheen Cottages Association AGM. We had quite a number of staff in attendance, and that was significantly appreciated, I know, by the people that were in attendance there. And the mayor as well spoke. A well-attended AGM. Weather obviously was cooperative, but not something you can really depend on these days, but it went very, very well. And that's it.
Thank you. Councillor Hazelton.
Turn mic on. So I'll start off with picking up where Councillor Jarvis left off. Sadly, he had his calendar mishap on the Canada Day celebration, but I had an opportunity to be the sole board member at the library helping out with book sale. I had a delightful day with my granddaughter, who is the popcorn queen, and she felt it was her obligation to continually make popcorn to hand out to all the people that were walking by, and she did an excellent job at it. The library is already trying to coach her into being a volunteer in the future. So anyways, that was a good day, good weather, a little bit of rain, mist in the middle of the day, but that was fine. The month was populated by lots of calls and meetings regarding waste. And that continues to be a hot topic. I won't dwell on it much more than just to say it seems to be almost daily occurrence. I was able to receive a note from our CAO indicating that there is going to be a large item pickup in Honey Harbor on August 23rd, a Saturday, and people are very excited to hear about that. So thank you very much. Our family are not huge participants in the library up here. But sometimes you just need a trigger event, and so the moms took the kids to the library last Thursday, and they had a great time. And I suspect that will continue to be an additional program for the kids. We tend to be kind of cottage focused, Sandy Beach water focused, but that seemed to be something of great interest to the kids. So kudos to the library for offering great programs like that. Water testing. I think you all know that I'm working with the Honey Harbor people to do a water test program. And we also have kind of two flavors of it. One is done specifically with nutrient focus and lab testing, and the other is done with the typical incubator approach. And for those who might be watching, and for my fellow users of incubators, check your thermometer, because we opened up the box of the incubator with a brand new thermometer, and we discovered that the red mercury was not continuous in the shaft. And so we discovered we had a failed thermometer, and we all panicked after the first evening of incubation. Got a new thermometer, and it worked fine. So not a waste of time, but it was certainly something, perhaps an anomaly that you wouldn't have expected. We certainly didn't. As you know, I'm also chairing a waterfront planning working group. We had another good meeting there, and I also, I think we all attended, most of us attended the Staff and Council Appreciation Lunch, and I think that was another good event. Well done, staff, for organizing that. And something that we talk about monthly in other locations in the building here is to understand what we can do or could do with a property that was sold as a tax sale 10 years ago, which has no road access and no water access because it's 400 feet is the closest you could get in the wetland. And I had the Georgian Bay Land Trust up last week, and I gave them a tour of the property, and I'm trying to connect the dots, so to speak, on the land trust and the owner of the property. And one of the things that I learned that was very interesting, and perhaps Councillor Cooper knows this because of his knowledge of the land trust, but if you donate property to the land trust, you can use that tax return, that tax receipt, and spread it over 10 years. I don't know if we can do that with the township, but that certainly changes the optics if you're trying to take advantage of a tax credit. So just thought that if anybody else had land they wanted to develop and wanted to take a tax credit, a 10-year window to spread that out makes it much more easy to consume that tax credit. And that's it. Thank you.
Charitable tax receipts do not have to be utilized in the year they're received. You can carry them forward. Absolutely. Yep. I'm an ex-accountant. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll try not to repeat, but sometimes we have to repeat a little bit here in terms of events that we are attending. I guess sure feels like things are picking up. Summer's here, lots going on. I'd start with in June after our council meetings, first thing I have here in my record. I have a paper record, by the way, not even electronic, just to amuse my friend beside me here. How about this? Yeah, exactly. Well, I have a calendar, come on. Anyway, yeah, met on the 12th with the consultant from KPMG about solid waste. Had a very good conversation. I hope that we are able, and I think we are going to be able to just move ahead on that issue. It's my commitment anyway, is to make sure that happens. On the 13th, I met with the mayor and the CAO with respect to goal setting, and I have to say it was a very good meeting. And very nice to have. I think the last time I had a goal-setting meeting was when I first started in council in 2014. And nothing has happened like that since. So it was very helpful to work along with the mayor and the CAO with respect to what my goals are, but also what their goals might be as well. So that's a discussion that we had, and that was useful. On the, what's the next thing here? There's the district meetings, of course, the week of the 16th. And on the 23rd, I met with the advisory group for the Georgian Bay Association. I sit on an advisory committee with them, and it's a very constructive group and a very knowledgeable group. I'm very delighted to be a part of it, and I'm hoping that we make some progress with their I think it's called 2050 long-term goals, so to speak. What else? Waterfront Committee on the 25th. Staff barbecue on the 26th. Lovely food there. That was great. Let's see, in July, what did we have? I had a meeting on the 3rd of July with Councillor Hazelton and some advisors from the Waste Solutions Company, just to get some information as to how the commercial operators work in various locations around the province at marinas. And we're getting some very good background information to demonstrate, of course, that there's waste collection at marinas across the province. And we'll have to use that information, and we're building more information with them. I guess really the last thing was on Saturday we had my community had its annual general meeting. I attended that meeting, and it was very well attended, as has been pointed out. And I particularly wanted to thank the mayor for bringing some of our senior staff out to that meeting, because I think it meant a lot to the people there. And I think they probably also, the staff, and heard, I think, from a number of our residents as to the passion that people feel for Georgian Bay and the protection of Georgian Bay. And one of the ways to do that would be through planning. So anyway, it's just, I'm sure it was a bit of stereo, but I hope it sunk in a way. I'm sure it did, but I wanted to thank the staff for coming along. So there we are. That's my month.
Thank you very much. And I will admit, I also scratched notes down from my electronic things, because I just find it easier to have scratch notes. But anyway, my month, definitely been quite busy. You feel the residents coming, in the sense people get back to their cottage, open it up and say, oh yeah, there was this issue last year that I want to talk about again, and things like that. Lots of those conversations. And there actually were certain days that felt like summer. It seems a little slow in coming, but now it feels like it has arrived. But no, the last month started out with meeting with 5 different councillors along with our CAO, and talk about goal setting and other ideas. That I very much enjoyed and appreciated those meetings. Each one had its own personality, because each one had its own councillor in it, so to speak. But I found it very interesting, useful, and I know both CAO Mariotti and myself are taking notes and are following up on some of those items. Attended the Land Trust AGM remotely on the 10th, and we've already spoken with some of the work the Land Trust does, and I can continue to believe that we're very fortunate with the Georgian Bay groups that are out there doing what they can to support our area and farther north. On the 12th, I found myself up at Kilbear Park with some representatives of the National Biosphere Group for Canada, and a very interesting meeting with them. And followed that in Parry Sound at the Stocky Centre, the Ice Cap Group had an open house, if you will, with numerous groups telling what they can do to help the environment or reduce greenhouse gases. I found that a very nice day. But it ended in the evening with going to, as Councillor Bocek has already mentioned, the Lions Club, the Baxter Lions Club, celebrating their 5th anniversary, and I think that we are exceptionally fortunate to have that group in the southern portion of our township, and all the work they do to support our community. I think that's a real valuable addition to our community in the last 5 years. On the 20th, CEO Mariotti and I met with Minister Todd McCarthy, the Minister of Environment, Conservation, Parks, and also Minister Smith, Graydon Smith, who's the Associate Minister of Housing. And yes, the topic was waste. And I think we convinced them that the waste situation, that what the proposal that we have for marine bin collection is by far the most practical, the most sensible, the most environmentally responsible, and the only thing standing between us and doing it is a couple of bureaucrats. And and Minister McCarthy, by the way, is a lawyer, and so I impressed upon him that what we're doing makes so much sense that if somebody tries to interfere with it, I imagine we're going to go to court. And he and I both readily agreed that would be a waste of everybody's time, money, and energy. So I'm hopeful, optimistic, that they will assist us in coming up with a solution that allows us to go forward with what we know is the best solution, the best resolution for probably close to half our residents in this township. I had the pleasure of going to the Go Home Lake AGM. They always are gracious hosts, and we had good conversation there. And as with other AGMs, that one was the first with bringing staff out to these AGMs is terrific. CEO Mariotti and 2-3 senior managers are going to these meetings, getting to meet the residents, getting to understand the diversity, if I can call it that, in our township when it comes to geographical situations and how wonderful and beautiful and how devoted most of our residents are to the areas that they go. They may only be there during the summers, but it's, for many of them, more important than their winter home. And you can understand why once you go. On the 24th, I was started the morning at the in Bracebridge for the OPP Detachment Board meeting, and then went to the MacTier graduation, a grade 8 graduation. That was a very enjoyable hour of the, I hope I have the number right, I think there were 8 graduates. And also really appreciated the contribution that the Moose Deer Point residents made to that graduation. It was a very enjoyable hour. Came back for a little bit different contrast, the Honey Harbor kindergarten graduation, and then to the Seg Bay opening of the path that they've created, and I appreciate all the work that they're doing to improve the property immediately to our south here, and end of the evening with the Honey Harbor grade 8 graduations, and I was there reminiscing with Louise Collard, who is the school board trustee for this area, about how it was 10 years ago that they wanted to close that school and the fight we went through to save the Honey Harbor School, that now has more than twice the number of students, maybe triple the students that it had 10 years ago. And we told them that was going to happen, and it has. And I think I'm so appreciative that we were able to keep the school in Honey Harbor. On the 25th, I found myself in Port Carling with the Muskoka Housing Strategic Planning work, and that was. I will admit, I'm always nervous when I walk into strategic planning exercises because you never know. Some of them are great, and some of them are, well. And this was one of the great ones. I thought that it was well organized, and it was part 1, part 2 is coming later, and this is. It's a strange situation, but if you happen to be on the finance committee at district, you're also on their housing corporation. And so that's how you end up in this kind of meeting. 26, staff appreciation, wonderful event. Thank you very much to all those that organized it. I'm staring at one of you because I know you're on the committee, but there was a whole group of you, so I don't want to pick just one or two. And if I have to list the names, I'll forget somebody, and that'll be even worse. So, but I think that what the staff did was terrific. I really enjoyed that. And 28th was the Canada Day in downtown Honey Harbor, where I did not get any popcorn from Councillor Hazelton's granddaughter, and that's my fault, I'm sure, because I saw the machine, I saw her, but maybe I should have put my hand out. My mistake. Yeah. Okay, both hands. Last week, I had the great pleasure of meeting with Chief Rhonda at the Moose Deer Point, and you may or may not know that they have an election coming. Their elections are about a year before ours, and so on July 30th there will be election there. And interestingly enough, they have 4 council seats that are elected at large, and this year they had initially 24. They're now down to 18 candidates for those 4 seats, which Chief Rhonda says in her 17 elections that she's been aware of, she's never seen anything like this. And she thinks part of it is because of the great concern that they have over the 2 Bill 5s, Bill 5 of Ontario and the Bill C5 of the feds. They're basically saying environmental and Indigenous rights are being pushed back now versus, we felt a forward momentum, and now there's a great concern of that momentum may be changing. And I think it's up to all of us to try to limit the damage of those, the potential damage that those bills could cause, if you allow that little political comment. Saturday, the CCA or the Cognition Cottage Association AGM. It's always a pleasure to go out and meet with those folks. And again, was able to take out 4 senior staff. I thought that was terrific. I think we all enjoyed it and learned a lot. Yeah. And then yesterday was at the Wauwatosa Marine. With Councillors Graziano and Bocek, and first hour is all about parking. We've had our own parking issues with, but so that Marino it was a key issue. But then the last half hour we talked about garbage, and I don't have to repeat that conversation because you've all heard it before. We as a township who do not have responsibility for solid waste are unfortunately finding ourselves having to do the darndest that we can to get our reasonable service maintained for our residents. And that's my bit. And now, Councillor Hazelton. You mean because you were relying on your electronic means versus paper, you were going to... Go ahead, please.
Okay, so this just in, a library report. Canada Day celebration was a big success with the turnout and 11 community partners. Summer programming is back up and running, and it's already a big success. The first Paddles and Pages visit to the Cognition Recreation Program took place, and then over to the Mad Club. They had over 60 people, including lots of kids, who all picked up books that they had ordered. Programming continues, making birdhouses, learning about aquatic bugs, and the St. John Ambulance, and a babysitting course. Thank you.
Bob, whoever wrote this script, and we can accept, we can speculate. We can tell them well delivered. C.O. Mariotti, your turn.
Thank you, Mayor Coetzee. Morning, Council. I won't spend too much time giving you an update because, as Council knows, when Council is busy, staff is also busy behind the scenes to support Council. And yeah, summer is definitely here. Lots of activities going on, staff have been out there together with the Paddles and Pages as well to promote township activities. And together with a lot more people, we also have some traffic concerns, more notably in Oak Bay. So as council knows, in Oak Bay, we've had speed bumps installed there in the past, but they're not the best approach with the types of speed bumps that we've been installing in previous years. So we're transitioning to the flex stakes that some on council probably have seen along the Port 7 Road. So we're going to introduce a couple of sets of those flex stakes that will hopefully be the best of both worlds in terms of some ratepayers who don't like the aggressiveness of the speed bumps, but the flex stakes should also reduce the speed going through Oak Bay. So that's a bit of an update there. The stakes should be going up in the next week or so. So that's pretty much it.
All right, thank you very much. With that, we're going to go over to our staff reports. And for a bit of explanation, our first couple of items look suspiciously like planning that you would normally do on a planning council meeting. But I understand that at least one of our planners, I don't know how many, but at least one of our planners is at a planning conference tomorrow. And therefore, because these aren't public meetings, we decided to reschedule them to today. And so that's the explanation as to why you see planning items on today's meeting. And with that, item 1, I'm going to go to planners Kratky and Wanfor for the proposed housekeeping Z24-15 amendment to comprehensive zoning bylaw 2014-75. Over to our planning department.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council, and everyone in attendance. Shania Wanfor is sharing her screen right now. She and I are planners employed by the Township of Georgian Bay, and we have been working on the housekeeping zoning bylaw amendment, application number Z2415, since last September. And I'll turn it over to Shania.
Through the Mayor, on September 10th, 2024, Council approved the housekeeping project plan. The new consolidated zoning bylaw was released on January 3rd, 2025 as the first stage of the project. Housekeeping allows for staff to revise the zoning bylaw so that it is easier to understand and accessible without changing its meaning, except to achieve compliance with higher level planning documents. The first draft of the proposed housekeeping was presented at the open house held in the evening on April 4th, 2025. A public meeting was then held on May 6th. Throughout the duration of the project, staff made minor revisions or corrections to the housekeeping bylaw, majority of which were based on public and district input. Staff will soon start concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw housekeeping amendments to address additional residential units and source water protection.
Unfortunately, OBD, the developer of the Oak Bay lands, continues to object to housekeeping zoning bylaw amendment Z2415. As promised throughout this process, what we have proposed today before council returns all of the site-specific exception and site-specific exception zones for lands in Oak Bay to their original text. Our proposal always was that if Oak Bay was concerned with any revisions through housekeeping, that we would do that, and we have been true to our word. Unfortunately, Oak Bay did not withdraw its objection, despite understanding that was the case. And we continue to hope that Oak Bay will work with us, perhaps in the future, to enact similar changes as we originally proposed, or to discuss their objection. Regardless, staff feels strongly that there are many very important housekeeping amendments that are proposed through Z2415. In addition to the changes for Oak Bay, we've made some smaller revisions to the document to include that recent amendments to the zoning bylaw are consolidated, to ensure that docks on Go Home Lake remain subject to zoning regulations as they did before, and to correct some typographical errors that made their way throughout all those versions until recently. And sadly, we're certain that there are probably still some there. that we will need to correct someday, but we have done our utmost to find them. So, Mr. Mayor, Council, in our opinion, the proposed bylaw is in keeping with the, it has regard to the purposes of the Planning Act, and it exceeds the public consultation requirements of both the Planning Act and our own official plan. It is consistent with the policies of the PPS. It conforms to the MOP and GBOP, and it keeps the intent and meaning of the zoning bylaw while satisfying the housekeeping tests that we've brought before you so many times and are in our report. Therefore, be it resolved that Council receives Planning Staff Report 2025-112 and approves the bylaw, being a housekeeping zoning bylaw amendment for Z 2415 to zoning bylaw 2014-75. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, questions? Councilor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for that report. I know you put an awful lot of work into this, and so I want to thank you for that. I think you've heard this comment before, but I think it is worth repeating for future reference. And that is, next time this occurs, I really would advise that we have tracked changes so that we can see where the changes are. It's really unfortunate that didn't happen, but we should be careful not to do that again. I hope that you consider that a fair comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? I have one question, and that was in your presentation. You made, I think it was the third point in the second last. And it's like, anyway, it said, in addition to revisions to the OBD, does that mean OBD, when you say revisions, putting it back to what it was versus saying that you've made revisions to the original? It's a little bit confusing, the wording. So I just wanted to confirm that I understood what your intent with that sentence.
Yes, my intent was to state again that we have returned the Oak Bay site-specific exceptions to exactly what they stated before the housekeeping zoning bylaw amendment.
I appreciate the confirmation. Councillor Hazelton.
Thank you. So I think you guys have done a good job in this. Yes, there's been some hiccups and no red line, but I'm okay with that. What I wanted to focus on here, though, was if Oak Bay is going to object to everything, then why not just put the changes that you want into the bylaw and have a clean bylaw going forward? They're going to object to it no matter what. And if you have a clean bylaw going forward, wouldn't that be better?
I think we were, and still are, hoping that they will give further consideration and thought to the prospect of objecting to changes that do not directly impact their lands. That is our hope. We're trying to avoid an appeal. I think all of us recognize that the multiple levels of zoning in effect on the Oak Bay lands, because there is the overall RM4 zone, then there is the RM43 site-specific exception zone, some of which lands are still subject to hold provisions, and then the RM43A, B, and C site-specific exception to site-specific exception zones, including holding provisions, is a very complex set of planning instruments. And while we made every valid effort to ensure that we weren't changing land development rights, and we even put a statement on the maps that are no longer part of this bylaw, stating that we intended there be no change to those rights, that it is an incredibly complex set of planning zoning relationship, and therefore Are we 100% certain that we made no changes? No, we made our best professional efforts to make no changes. But the promise from the start to Oak Bay was that if they objected, we would leave their lands as zoned.
Director Whitlow.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Jeff. So further what Jeff said, and that is the follow through that Jeff mentioned, that we had indicated to Oak Bay that if they're not confident that the changes through the housekeeping amendment are not detrimental to them, that we would revert to the existing zoning as it is. I think in staying true to that word, that's the process we're following. Also, I think given the comments and the concerns raised by Oak Bay, as well as the fact that they haven't provided us with specifics surrounding their potential objections, I think that to have included the proposed changes that staff had proposed to the Oak Bay zoning in the bylaw that's before you today would have likely probably assured that we'd be going to the OLT. So in the interest of, again, following the process we committed to, as well as potentially trying to avoid those legal costs, we're proposing to revert the Oak Bay zoning to what it was, and we're optimistic that any issues or potential objections can be resolved without the need to go to a contested hearing.
Thank you. Councilor Jarvis.
And I apologize. This is a follow-up to what's just been commented on. The term OLT was brought up, and when I hear OLT, my ears perk up significantly. My understanding from Oak Bay is that they seem to object in principle to the whole process, and they still object even though we are retaining their portion of the OP. They aren't. Their concern is overall. They're worried that there's something that we've done in the housekeeping that will still affect what it is that they are trying to do. And so even if we leave what they have in there unchanged, there's still a threat here that the OOBD will take this to the OLT. Have I got that correct?
Through the mayor, Councillor Jarvis, you are correct. It's also clear to us, based on the discussions we have had with Oak Bay's planner, and you're correct, they have concerns that even if their zoning remains unchanged, that there may be other changes that staff made to other definitions that may directly or indirectly somehow potentially affect Oak Bay. It's clear to us, though, in the discussions we've had with their planner, that Oak Bay has not actually undertaken that review. They haven't been able to enunciate which definition may be of concern to them or which other change might be potentially impacting them. So we're hopeful that if this bylaw is passed today, that between now and the end of the appeal period, Oak Bay does take the time to do that review and perhaps won't have objections.
Just finally, through the mayor, if that's all right, I just want to commend the planners for the thoroughness of just a housekeeping amendment. I can only imagine what's going to happen now with the review, where it's going to be very, very in-depth, and I really appreciate that. But thanks for all the work.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I've said it a few times before, so I don't have to repeat it with any at any great length, but I think that it's terrific, all the work that you've done on this, and to sort of housekeep, clean up, make more, bring up to date, whatever the right terms are, the document that we had, to make it that much more user friendly, with, you know, even things like the fonts and that. I think it's so important. I have moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council receives Planning Services Report 2025-0112 and approves bylaw 2025-053, being a housekeeping zoning bylaw amendment for Z24 2014-15 to zoning bylaw 2014-75. All those in favor? And that is passed. Thank you. 6 Mile Lake dwelling unit size zoning bylaw amendment update. Planner Kratky, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to share my screen with you, so just bear with me 1 second. And of course, I'm Jeff Kratky, Township Planner, and working on this file with me is Russell Scarrow, our planning student. The township has been working on the 6 Mile Lake Inland waterfront community for some time. And we've been working towards creating a project plan that allows us to consider the character of 6 Mile Lake. And this became important during official plan amendment number 22, which came out of a request from the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Alliance, and really resulted through a series of discussions after a mediation that council approved between the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Association and the 6 Mile Lake Cottage Association. The Planning Act requires very clearly that we provide information that we discuss in our reports as public information. And so when we're going to refer to a background document like this one, we have to make it available to the public. We can't just look at our cards and say, please trust us, we have a really good hand. As of now, township staff have been discussing with MPAC for a year. Well, not quite. We were here before you a year ago, and shortly after that began discussions with MPAC to move forward with some sort of report on the character of 6 Mile Lake, to look at the size of dwelling as well as setbacks from the water, etc. That project plan started long ago and really hasn't made much progress until Russell. And I'm going to introduce Russell so he can speak to you about the database.
The database that we're working on now is being compiled entirely from township-held documentation. We started by random sampling 12 properties throughout the lake to ensure that we had a sufficient level of data to move forward with this. And then since then, we've been moving on an adjacent by adjacent property basis around the lake. We're looking at 6 key data points in our database, being lot frontage, lot area, dwelling setback, dwelling width, GFA, and stories to gain averages of each. We're using First Town Suites municipal software to reveal any building permits that are associated with each civic address as our first step. Data is then explicitly stated within those documents or calculated based on the plans. Where data points are not present in those files, it is searched in the file hold system to gain access to planning documents and other documents. And as a final step, the roll number is used to pull the property's physical file. In terms of the project plan, we've compiled data for just over 20% of the lake so far, and we've had about a 77% success rate for filling all of the cells in our database.
So we are here today to bring information to council. I'm aware that there's been some communication indicating some concerns. Again, my comment would be this is about a background document. We're not yet to the public process. If we are successful in creating these background documents from our own data, we're likely looking at a public process at the earliest sometime in October. And that would be our goal at this point in time. I don't see how we could make it earlier than that, but you never know. And we will certainly not delay. So be it resolved, the Council for the Township of Georgian Bay accepts information updating council regarding the 6 Mile Lake dwelling size zoning bylaw amendment 2024 to 2026 project plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions or comments? Councillor Bocek, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor. Under analysis and opinions, I feel that there's been a part that has been overlooked, And in the first term, I was on council, and in the second term, it was brought to the planning department that on 6 Mile Lake, the gross floor area was the measurement of the outside walls of the building, where the gross floor area is really the floor area of the home, which would be the inside of the walls. And in many cases, the additional gross floor area figure would cause a number of committee of adjustment cases to be heard. In here, I see nothing mentioned of that, and I'm wondering if it's possible to review that and see if there's a possibility to add that into the analysis and opinions portion of this. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as early as I believe June, there was meetings between township staff, the mayor, Councillor Graziano, and the presidents, and I believe vice presidents of the two ratepayers associations, discussing a variety of issues, including the definition of gross floor area. At the time, their official plan amendment application that did lead to OPA number 22 through a great deal of negotiation after the fact, and so it was not identical to what they proposed. But there was a discussion regarding the definition of GFA. Some options were presented at that meeting. I believe it was in late June of 2023. But unfortunately, there was no desire on the part of either ratepayers association to move forward with that discussion. I certainly acknowledge, Councillor Bochek, that typical and industry standard definitions, by industries I mean, for example, NAIOP or other property management associations, and even the International Standards Committee, definitions tend to limit gross floor area to a definition that applies from the exterior shell of walls to the interior wherever the space is heated or cooled. That's the way I would summarize the various definitions. That being said, as of today, no, we as staff are not looking at the definitions of gross floor area. We did clarify through housekeeping just today that the two definitions that were in the zoning bylaw stand, and that we added a third definition for all other uses besides shoreline residential and shoreline residential island zones, so that our bylaw could properly function given its parking requirements and others that are based on gross floor area. The definition that was added in housekeeping is just that. It is a standard understanding of gross floor area, which ends at the outer edges of the walls and only includes the heated and cooled space in the building. We did not, through housekeeping, change any meaning with respect to gross floor area as previously defined in the 2013 exercise that led to the 2014 official plan and zoning bylaw for the township. If that's something council wants to review in the upcoming official plan review and update and the zoning bylaw review and update, that is absolutely a valid question to ask, but it is certainly well beyond the scope of the project plan that's before council today.
Thank you, Mayor. And I understand, and I've investigated this in depth, and I'm just wondering in the future if there could be not a change to the bylaw, but the ability to amend the bylaw in such that there could be a percentage over the gross floor area, say 1%, in order to stop applications to the Committee of Adjustments for such a small amount of being over the gross floor area, because it's very costly for an applicant to proceed for such a small ask. And I don't know if it's possible, but I thought I would throw it out there that there could be a small percentage of overage that could be allowed through an amendment to this bylaw.
So zoning numbers are absolute numbers. If the official plan had a separate definition from the zoning bylaw, which it does not, but if it did, there certainly would be a basis for minor variances, however, not for them to proceed without those applications under section 45(1). I think the only way that council could devise a system that would accommodate what you're suggesting would be through development permits. And that would require a major reconsideration of the township's official plan and zoning bylaw, which I think is beyond the scope of the review and update that's being considered right now.
I think this whole conversation is quite a bit beyond what's actually in front of us. So I think we should probably go on to the other councillors. Councillor Graziano, your hand came up and down and up. Do you want to be recognized now, or because you was up? I did. I'm sure I saw it earlier.
It was up.
Okay.
Went down.
So go ahead, please.
It's just a little trigger happy. Jeff, thank you for the report, and we've had conversations at length. And perhaps for the record, you can answer the question. This is a matter of GFA. Clearly, based on the appetite within 6 Mile Lake, the majority, I would say, are in agreement that GFA needs to be revised and perhaps increased, as we've seen through different meetings that we've had to date in council. And I'm just wondering, back in 2014, an amendment was made to our official plan that changed, I guess, the requirements, but the extent in which our planning department at the time perhaps had gone down this type of rabbit hole to determine character didn't seem to be there. Now, of course, this predates my term on council. I could be incorrect in my understanding of how council went about understanding the character of the lake and defining GFA at that point in time. The issue that I have is, and the concerns that I've been hearing from constituents is timeline. It is now taking quite a bit of time for this matter to conclude, and I think that everyone on 6 Mile Lake just wants to put this to rest and finalize this, again, from the feedback I've been receiving. And secondly, I guess the concern that I have is, how do we objectively determine character of the lake when there's a lot of different nuances that may not be defined in the efforts that you and the planning department are trying to undergo in order to then take that data and that information and move it to, okay, this is the GFA calculation. So it seems like it's a very subjective analysis, if I can call that, versus trying to actually objectively say that this is the character of 6 Mile Lake. I mean, we all went down a tour. We've taken a tour on 6 Mile. We can generally understand what the character of the lake is, but perhaps in a planning term, and if you can respond in as much of a layman approach as you possibly can, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
The 6 Mile Lake Community Plan was actually completed in the early 1990s and was added to the official plan from the 1991 series, I believe in 1996. And at that time, there wasn't the kind of background research completed on the character of 6 Mile Lake that had been done subsequently in advance of 2013, 2014 for the other communities. I don't understand why there was a decision of council of the day to not study 6 Mile Lake. I think that's where the tension on that lake came from, was a misunderstanding perhaps at the time of staff or consulting experts not appreciating that there were changes happening on 6 Mile Lake. Additionally, the GFA limit from 1996 continued until official plan amendment number 22. However, the definition of GFA changed in 2014. And so the size of a potential dwelling on 6 Mile Lake actually shrunk because of the additional things that were included in GFA. And again, I'm not sure that was intentional. but it did take place. The background study here is meant to provide some objective evidence to the subjective opinions that council will receive from planners such as myself and my colleagues in the private sector, I'm sure, who will represent private interests on the lake as we move forward with the proposed zoning bylaw amendment. We try as planners to be objective, but all of us look at the world through a lens that colors our opinions, and we need to recognize that. But having said that, every other community in this township was studied in a similar fashion, actually more in depth, I would say, than what we're proposing now to do with 6 Mile Lake. But what we're proposing to do with this data exercise is provide that foundation for a discussion based on some evidence regarding what is the case on 6 Mile Lake.
Follow up if I may. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. And I do want to say that you guys have been doing a fantastic job so far. And thank you for articulating that for the community to understand and better understand potential delays and why, the October timeline is now being identified. But aside from that, thanks again. And thanks for the team for collectively coming together to figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few comments. Thank you for the report. It is really an information piece at the moment. But I do want to make comments and also ask some questions. So starting with, this is a very narrow focus on a very single issue. And what transpired really over the years in 6 Mile Lake is that that focus is ignored where community plans come from, which is the community and the members of the community. And I really, other than helping sort of adjudicate or put past certain bylaws and so forth, I do not even see it as the job of the township to be creating a community plan. And I think that if you were to look at the documents that were put together about assembling community plans from a number of experts, it was done about a year or two ago, you'll see that all the other community plans came from the community and their efforts, and including surveys, which would help with an issue like this, getting feedback from the community as to what they feel, what they have themselves now, what they might like to see in the future. Those kinds of things are what a community plan is. And I know I'm not telling you something new, but I don't know that we're really following what everybody else has done to create community plans, and therefore we're sort of halfway there. Even with GFA, it's just one issue, and there's a lot of other things that have not been touched on. So surveys are critical to understand what the community expects. We can talk about whether MPAC is providing us with information or the district or wherever, but we also need information from the community. And I'm not really seeing anything to resolve that. So, and there are tools that are relatively inexpensive, like SurveyMonkey, that can be used. You can also crib surveys from the other communities that already did surveys, and they were very professionally done. So I think we need to remember that many of these community plans that we have, some which were started more than 20 years ago, it took 5 years to complete, and hundreds of thousands of dollars of pro bono work, including also, in the case of Cognizine, $45,000 to a consultant. Why is the township taking this on? I don't get it. So can you enlighten to me as to why that would work when we haven't even surveyed the community? I'd like to understand it. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councillor Cooper, this process started, I believe, in 2020, and Councillor Graziano would better recall that date. There was a meeting held that was sponsored by the two ratepayers associations and the township. There was subsequent to that public opinion survey that was done on the lake, and it was included in the information that both supported and in my case recommended refusal of the official plan amendment application from the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers Association. Clearly, it's been a very long process, and could public opinion have changed since that survey many years ago? As of 2023, which is still a long time ago, it hadn't. We received hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of letters, and in my years of planning, I can honestly say I don't recall so much public input to a project in which I was directly working on. And I actually found it tremendous and wonderful. And there were form letters, which indicate people's positions, but don't really provide a lot of detailed information. But there were hundreds, and I'm going to say by my recollection, in the neighborhood of 150 letters from people on both sides of the proposed official plan amendment who gave substantive and meaningful input regarding what they thought about their community. That's not being forgotten. All of that work that went into OPA number 22 will still be brought forward to whatever takes place once we've done this research project. And do we need to do more than a single public open house? Maybe. If the participation from the 6 Mile Lake Ratepayers and 6 Mile Lake Cottagers Association and their members is as remarkable and fantastic, and I hope it takes place as it was during OPA number 22, then we may have a number of public open houses before we actually have a public meeting and long before we bring any zoning bylaw amendment to council. Is it an ideal approach? No. My recommendation on June Council of 2023 was that council refuse that official plan amendment application and start a community planning process to comprehensively review the 6 Mile Lake Community Plan and zoning for it. We're well beyond that. Unfortunately, that is no longer, I think, a feasible option. There was a great deal of work by the community members on official plan amendment number 22. And again, I think we're going to bring all of that forward into whatever zoning bylaw amendment comes before the public and before council.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, just a couple of questions to our planner, Mr. Crackey. First of all, thank you for your efforts and diligence on trying to move this forward. My one question is around around MPAC and whether or not you think that there is going to be movement from them on releasing data that would the township would be able to provide in aggregate format to the public.
Never say never, but if I were gambling right now, I would say that our first version of this report will most definitely be based on the work that Russell does to create a township database from township information. Certainly a lot of his time and effort is being focused on that. It's probably not doable for us to keep it up to date without student assistance, let alone produce future updates to the report, which was thought of as a dashboard. If at any point in time we are successful in receiving support from MPAC, then yes, that report can be produced very quickly and very efficiently on an ongoing basis so that everyone, council, the community associations, the public in general, and planners can work from it.
Okay, thank you. And then follow up to that through the mayor. The work that Russell is doing is clearly very manual. And do you have an estimate? How long does it take to do each property? And the one other concern that I would just want to be allayed of is the potential for data entry error or interpretive error. How is that going to be mitigated through the process?
For sure. So each property varies in terms of, it is very manual work. Some are instant, as in there's a building permit readily available and everything in the first few pages that it can be thrown in there within a few minutes, and others take up to 30 minutes. there may be errors in the input of that data, but a lot of it is in the form of it's been written by a designer or a planner in the documents itself. So it's just being transferred to the database. There's fewer cases where it's being physically calculated from the documents, I'd say.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll just add that the data that MPAC receives is from the municipality. So they would take the same information that Russell is seeing and enter it into their database. The primary difference, so there will always be errors. There are errors in everything. There will be more missing information from our database because there will be properties that predate this municipality, which Russell will not have access to, whereas the MPAC database goes back a century or more.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then just a final comment that as we go forward to the official plan review, it would clearly be beneficial to have this kind of information as a comparison across the entire township with our different communities and communities that aren't listed by a community plan. I would like to hope that the MPAC would eventually be able to provide us with data so that that's not something that the township staff would have to manually compile and maintain. So I'm in favor of continuing to pursue MPAC on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to follow up on that. I mean, I think it's terrific that we're putting this information together that gives us a background information for future debate. Because based on the surveys done and the information received, and as you said, hundreds of letters, we know that the 6 Mile Lake community is very interested in considering fine-tuning, I'll use that phrase, their definition so that everybody can understand them and feel, and most people hopefully will feel that they're fair. But I find myself very frustrated with MPAC. I mean, they happily produce their annual reports and their quarterly reports, and they got beautiful glossy pictures and everything's wonderful and the sun is always shining. And yet they are taking our data and not sharing it with us. And I'm of the humble opinion that Mr. Scarroll's salary should be deducted from the fee we paid him MPAC, because he is doing work that is, we should be employing Mr. Scarroll to be doing other work, not work that MPAC can give us with a few keystrokes. And I think that is, I'm sorry, I have a strong opinion about that, is that this is a waste of taxpayers' money. I'm talking about taxpayers as a whole, provincial, municipal, everything, when MPAC collects lots of data and doesn't allow us to use it, even though we are the source of the data. There's something wrong there. That's my political comment on that. And I think that, as I say, fortunately, our treasurer is not in the room today, so I can't direct this directly at her. But, I think that's something we should consider, is that maybe we short pay MPAC because we're doing work that we're paying them to do, but they're not doing, so why should we be paying them for? Anyway, my comment there, I appreciate you putting this data together, and Mr. Scarroll, I'm looking forward to the report that comes out whenever you are able to do it. I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that Council for the Township of Georgian Bay accepts information updating Council regarding the 6 Mile Lake dwelling size zoning bylaw amendment 2024-26 project plan. All those in favor? And I have enough hands to say that is carried. Thank you. Proposed temporary use zoning bylaw amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With your permission, I will share my screen. And I apologize. It seems like I may have been booted out of my presentation. Sorry, just bear with me 1 second here. This is the first time that staff and the mayor are exploring the strong mayor powers. And it's a matter of docks and Georgian Bay water levels. The location of the lands in this case is all of the shoreline of Georgian Bay where there is a detached dwelling, where the lot frontage is on Georgian Bay. Some of the challenges that the municipality has had, I think, currently and in the past, understanding water levels owe to the differences of measurements that are being used. Our zoning bylaw currently refers to something known as CGD, which measures sea level at a certain place, which is a static measurement based upon average sea levels, and then the elevation of the land as a result. Shortly after our zoning bylaw was adopted, the new CGVD 2013 took effect, and it is different than CGD. And so I'm assuming our surveyors are using the 177.4 meters CGVD 2013 in place of what our bylaw refers to as CGD. The Great Lakes are measured in a very different way. And the dynamic measurement that's used right now is IGLD 85. And shortly, IGLD 2020 will take effect. And the purpose of the IGLD measurements is to maintain navigation on the lakes. So the difference is that sea level and the elevation above it is far less important. What is more important to the IGLD approximation of elevation above sea level is the notion of maintaining an understanding of how the channels on the Great Lakes will function with shipping on a day-to-day basis. The last time council approved a temporary use bylaw was in 2013 and 2014 and 2015 to address low water levels on Georgian Bay and docks. At the time the bylaw took effect, the Georgian Bay water level was 176.08, and for the previous months had been lower than it currently is. But generally speaking, throughout that time period, in the summertime, the levels were in the 176.5 range. The current Canadian water level information and forecasts for Lake Michigan and Lake Huron, which are one water body and include Georgian Bay, shows that the water level mean average is lower than the all-time mean average. The all-time mean average is the light gray solid line. The mean average this year so far is the dark black curvilinear line that follows below and is projected most likely to stay below or go well below the long-time current average. The red lines and the blue lines are the all-time highs and lows of Georgian Bay, and the 176 above sea level, which again is not identical to what we measure sea level for the land, is the baseline with which they become concerned about channels on the Great Lakes. The U.S. Army Corps of Engineers makes daily numbers available for the lake. And in June 2025, they were generally following the Canadian forecast from May 2025. Most recently, the lake is still following that low trend. Unfortunately, Sundays and today's were not available at the start of this meeting, so I can't give you an up-to-date discussion yet. What this results in is a series of problems for people on Georgian Bay with docks. And what I've tried to do here is depict the issues without showing any particular examples to avoid discussing applications that may or may not come to council depending on the outcome of this proposal. And essentially in the figure 2, it's showing the water of Georgian Bay to the high water mark, whereas in figure 3, it's showing the high water mark well inland from the current water mark. And you can see in the center 2 triangular lots, reverse pies onto Georgian Bay. And that is where one of the main problems lies. Since 1991, the zoning bylaw has intended that there be straight line projections of side lot lines into Georgian Bay for the purpose of in-water structures and buildings, such as boathouses and docks. And with lands that have this reverse pie shape, they would not only be looking at a minor variance if they were coming to propose something crossing that projection, but a zoning bylaw amendment. Because again, the zoning bylaw since 1991, that is a constant. It is in keeping with the intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw that that straight line projection go forward. And instead, what this temporary use bylaw does is not only recognize that some docks would need to become longer, some ramps would need to become longer, but it also says that at approximately 15 meters, that straight line projection is suspended. And essentially then the projection becomes a parallel projection maintaining a 15-meter access to Georgian Bay. So again, the purpose of this application, which is being brought forward today under the strong mayor powers, is to temporarily amend the zoning bylaw. So notwithstanding paragraphs to be renumbered by the clerk giving today's passing of the housekeeping amendment, that straight line projections in Georgian Bay temporarily end to maintain minimum 15-meter access to water. The temporary ramp sections, having total lengths exceeding 6 meters, are permitted to temporarily cross the dry lake bed of Georgian Bay, and that docks may be temporarily extended with floating sections having a length greater than 20 meters with the maximum length determined by the lesser of 1.22 meters calm water depth or 40 meters long, being where 40 meters would be the absolute ultimate projection into the water. The effect of the application is to temporarily allow all properties or lots with a detached dwelling to preserve access via Georgian Bay. And after the expiry of temporary use zoning bylaw amendment, all temporary measures end, and the temporary dock and ramp sections must be removed with evidence provided to the township. Typically, this would go through a public process, and we wouldn't be meeting until at least August, if not September. With the strong mayor powers, the mayor is able to propose this bylaw today, and if there were no objections or appeals, it might take effect before the end of July. If we give public notice as soon as this Friday, we could hold a public meeting on August 12th, 2025, where the appeal period would end on September 3rd, 2025. However, what I will say is that in my opinion, this temporary zoning bylaw amendment does have regard for provincial interests. It is consistent with the PPS. It conforms to the Muskoka official plan and the Georgian Bay official plan, and is an appropriate temporary zoning bylaw amendment only until November 30th of this year for the Township of Georgian Bay. Council has options though. And again, this is the first time that we're trying to use the strong mayor powers. You could approve the temporary use bylaw. You could refer it back to staff for the giving of a public notice and a holding of a public meeting, or you could refuse it. We could also still proceed with a public meeting if you do decide to proceed with this bylaw through the strong mayor powers now by October 7th, where council might consider extending the temporary use bylaw or ending the temporary use bylaw. So therefore, be it resolved that pursuant to Section 2 of Ontario Regulation 58022 under the Municipal Act, that is the strong mayor powers, Council for the Township of Georgian Bay approve the attached bylaw 2025 to be numbered docks and Georgian Bay water levels proposed by application number Z2505. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I want to make a comment on the strong mayor's power before I turn it over for discussion. What was pointed out to me by the planning department is in this case, because we're considering a temporary bylaw, in other words, it would give permissions for this year only, that if we went through the usual routine, people wouldn't have the opportunity to extend their docks until probably at the earliest September sometime, which kind of defeats using it in the summer. And but if we forego the public meeting, then we have the ability to give those permissions that much earlier so they can enjoy their dock at least in August. And I will tell you that my initial reaction when this came in front of me was, there's no way I want to use strong mayor powers. And then my second reaction was, well, if you really think it makes sense, I'm not doing it without council approval, which is a weird way of using strong mayor powers, but it's a way of taking advantage of the ability to do this faster. That's really all it comes down to. And I say, so I'm not bringing this forward. Planning is bringing this forward as a option to be able to use this particular, and this is assuming that you think that the proposed temporary bylaw is a reasonable one. And if you don't think it's reasonable, you're not going to vote for it anyway. But I just want you to understand that that we're taking advantage of the regulations if you feel it's appropriate. And we do have a number of applicants who are stuck in this situation where their docks are too short given the lower water this year. So that I want to explain that to you is I'm not trying to pull a fast one here, and that's why it's in front of council as well. So with that, I'm going to start going through the lineup. We'll start with Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, through the mayor, and I appreciate your explanation on that, Mayor, though I think I was aware of what the reasoning was for doing this, and I appreciate that too from the planning department. I think this speaks to things that I've talked to the planning department before in the past, and other councillors have as well, is that certainly for the, as an observation, when we start doing our review, obviously we're going to have to look into consider low water situations as much as high water situations. And this is a perfect example of why that is necessary. My one question is, how do we monitor this? Will people become coming to us, planning department, making applications to extend docks, be given that permission with the understanding that they remove whatever they've done by November if we approve this as is? Or is there some other process where it's more informal and we don't know who is making that extension unless we send bylaw out to have a look around?
Section 39, subsection 4 of the Planning Act makes temporary use bylaws temporary. There are no acquired rights that are created under the temporary use provisions. And certainly the additional notes section of our zoning certificates allow us to make those notes. I think we would rely initially upon voluntary reporting by individuals at the conclusion of the temporary use bylaw. But if we don't receive the appropriate evidence on a voluntary basis, yes, it would require municipal follow-up to ensure compliance.
Just as a follow-up, then we don't know if we don't know who's doing this in the first place, how do we do any follow-up after the fact?
So we would know, because they would still need a zoning certificate and a building permit. And therefore, again, as I say, through the zoning certificate process, this time we will actively know who has been given a temporary right to extend their dock and or ramps onto Georgian Bay.
I appreciate that explanation. Thank you.
I kind of liken it to people who get temporary permits to put up a tent for an event. I know from experience, building department expects to see a picture of it up and then a picture of it down. So Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. So this motion, I've talked to the mayor in advance of the meeting as well to really talk about the strong mayor powers that are being exercised on the recommendation of planning, or as an option from planning in this matter, because we do have another motion later on this morning. I'm assuming we'll talk about it this morning to do with strong mayor powers and whether or not the council on the whole agrees with accepting the strong mayor powers, or if we need to be giving a message to the province that we don't appreciate them and we don't want to use them. And my concern is that we're having a conversation on using the strong mayor powers immediately before that other conversation. But I think it's a good example of maybe how to modify the motion that's coming before us later on this morning. I can fully appreciate the report from Mr. Crackey and the need that we have to be able to react to a problem like water levels in the township and ensure that people are able to access their properties via docks being extended into deeper water because our shallow waters are a concern for access for many different properties. And yet I'm concerned that in the future, the provision for bypassing public notices and input may not be in the interest of the township, and we're bypassing a control that we feel is important. So I want to make sure that as we're discussing this matter, we're keeping in mind that we're setting a precedent for the township to be taking advantage of the strong mayor provision, even if the mayor is not going to be relying on his ability to just use 1/3 of the council's vote to pass the motion. But I do fear that we need to be cognizant of environmental controls in the future that we don't want to, I think, accept powers and at the same time complain about them. So I want to make sure that we're able to give a consistent message going forward, and especially when we get to the motion under new business. But having said that, I can appreciate that if the zoning amendment is a temporary provision, and we have mechanisms to monitor and make sure that the extended docks are removed for whenever the amendment is retracted. I can understand and prepare to go forward with it. I do think that the ability for people to install a dock during this season may be of benefit to them. But I would like to hear other arguments for maintaining the public input process as well before we have a final vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Whitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And maybe just further to what Councillor Predko said, if it gives some assurance, staff started looking at water levels early in the spring, and it was unclear whether that was the indication of a trend. And as some members of council know, we did reach out to some of you to draw on your experience of being on the Bay a long time. I think what's really interesting is what Mr. Kratky's research revealed. If you turn your minds back to that graph that Jeff had on the screen, is I think there is a way for staff in a quantitative way to predict early in the spring what the trend might be. And that would afford us the ability to, if necessary, in a future year, ask council to enact a temporary use bylaw to address low water levels through the normal planning process, public notice, public meeting, appeal period, etc. So it would reduce, I think, the need to, at least as insofar as this low water issue goes, to come back and utilize strong mayor powers in the future for this specific issue. We have a way of forecasting, I think.
I'll just add, though, that in this case, and again, that could be changed today if council so desires. The termination date of the temporary use bylaw was November 30th of 2025. And this was proposed for two reasons. Many of these floating docks now are permanently in the bay. They do not come out seasonally. And so realistically, for someone to understand that they need to move it back in because the bylaw is coming to an end, they would need some advance before the contractors are out of the bay. Secondly, again, using the strong mayor powers, this is our first attempt using the strong mayor powers, and we didn't want to leave a public meeting longer than we should. I mean, we're using these strong mayor powers because there's a problem, and we're seeing people potentially having to apply for a zoning bylaw amendment just to have access to their lands. And again, at staff level, that's something we don't like to see. And I think council's comments are very valid that this is something we need to do a better job in our go forward with our planning review and update. And what I hope is that if we're going to decline this now and go to a more annual sort of approach where we look at it and report in advance, that yes, the springtime is a good time to do it. But in this case, I think if we start giving people permission as soon as the end of July to move these floating docks that are permanently anchored further into Georgian Bay, then I don't think we realistically can expect that they would take them to a different location unless we have that further meeting on October 7th.
Thank you. Councilor Cooper.
Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the report. Interesting. Tell a little story to you first. I can remember attending an annual meeting in my community a few years ago, and former minister of the provincial government was wearing a hat, and it was a hat that said, "Stop the drop." There was a period when the water was going down, as referred to in 2013. And so it said, "Stop the drop," and down the side it said, "Stop the rise." And the reason it said "stop the rise" because the water came back up. And if you look at stats, which I didn't send to you, but I did send to your director for the last 7 years or something like that, water goes up, the water goes down, 6.5 feet approximately. And we've had periods on Georgian Bay, even in my lifetime, which is a hell of a long time on Georgian Bay, we've had extreme lows. We've also had extreme highs. And I'm not telling you anything new other than that we need to acknowledge that that happens. And we also need to be very, very careful in the future when we are allowing buildings on inaccessible land. And that is critical. And I think we have, in a sense, failed ourselves and failed our community when we've given allowances out that maybe shouldn't have been given out over wetlands and et cetera. So I'm concerned about this, I have to say. The water level presently is about 2 feet, 2.5 feet above the low that we had in 2013. So we're not exactly at the bottom of the barrel yet, and we don't know where it's going to go. So it may come back up, and we'll see by the end of July if that is the case. So I wanted to comment on that. I also wanted to say that when we instituted something like this a number of years ago, I think it was in 2013 or around that period, 2014, we made some allowances that were very site specific, as I recall. It was specifically about an island in Honey Harbor, Roberts Island, and there were allowances in that, whatever was passed by council, I believe, for Roberts Island, not all of Georgian Bay, because they, unlike most of the other places that we're talking about, Roberts Island is more like the southern and southern shores of Georgian Bay, where long, low slopes, sandy bottom, sandy topography, not Canadian shield, etc. And they were having trouble getting to their cottages. And, in today's terms, maybe some of those properties shouldn't have been developed in the first place, but they were. So it was site specific. So I'll make that point. You might want to think about that in this legislation, is site specific issues as opposed to a blanket. I think the other thing I will sort of say is that there are enforcement issues. So if we allow it, how do we police it after the fact? One of the things that we could do, if we were to approve this, is essentially do what we have done in the past with respect to people who ask for permission to build a sleeping cabin before they build their cottage, so they have a place to be there while they're building their cottage. We required, basically, as I recall, with that approval, that within 3 years, if the building hasn't been started, that there's what do you call it, a bond, essentially. There was a bond applied that would tear down the sleeping cabin. So maybe we need a bond in place to make sure that the docks are removed if we do give an allowance. That's the one tool that we could use. So I wanted to mention that. As far as the use of the strong mayor's powers, I think we had some discussion about the strong mayor's issue in the past, and I think many of us sort of indicated that it would be unfortunate to ever have to use that because it sets a precedent, and it's, in my view, an undemocratic tool anyway, and I don't feel very comfortable with that. It's an undemocratic tool. So thank you.
Thank you. Director Whitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Further to what Councillor Cooper said, I just twigged something, and it may be lost in the details of the proposed temporary use bylaw, but it is intended that the temporary use bylaw does apply to existing docks on properties that have existing dwellings. So it does not open up an opportunity for other properties to utilize the temporary use bylaw to gain access. Thank you.
And also, I just wanted to add that the last time there was a temporary use bylaw for this purpose, and it was limited to the only geographic areas, including the Honey Harbor coastal waterfront community all the way to the Port Severn and the Severn River. The strong mayor powers were not used. I think my understanding of the strong mayor powers is that the mayor can't discriminate between dwellings on Georgian Bay with water access that are located in one part of the municipality versus another part. And in this case, the two inquiries that I've been directly exposed to, and we've had just over a dozen inquiries in total in the planning department, are outside of those areas. And in both cases, the lots were created in the 1930s. And the major challenge was this reverse pie frontage, which again, I'm not sure how it was addressed in 2013, 2015. The temporary use bylaw did not address it, but I'm sure the problem did exist then. However, perhaps it wasn't as rigidly enforced. But in this case, we do intend to enforce it. So we intend any zoning certificate that's issued would note that under Section 39(4) of the Planning Act, this is a temporary measure, that no rights to extend that may be given now exist after the temporary use ends. And I think also importantly, the forecast right now from the Department of Fisheries and Oceans is that all of the Great Lakes levels are continuing to drop. And the surprising part, I've been watching these now since February of this year, the forecasts continue to become more negative, not less negative. And the daily reports from the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers are having a strong correlation to the low forecast, not the high forecast. And so is this a certainty that we're headed to incredibly low water levels? No. But what the temporary use provision does is it allows you to extend your dock if there's a problem. It doesn't allow you to extend it to 40 meters if there's no problem. So none of this allows anyone who has adequate access to their lands to suddenly extend their dock. And I think that's a super important point to understand.
Thank you. Councilor Graziano.
Thank you, Your Worship. Councillor Pretko and Councillor Cooper had pretty much articulated my points, and likely better because I wouldn't have been able to do it so eloquently on both parts. I do agree that I think perhaps we're putting the cart before the horse in this discussion today because we do have another conversation with regards to strong mayor powers, and I think it would be a direct conflict should council advise the premier that we don't agree with it only to pass a resolution here before it saying that we are going to execute on mayor powers or strong mayor powers. So I agree with Councillor Pretko, and I also agree with the concerns that were raised by Councillor Cooper. I think that this these situations should be considered on an individual basis rather than expedited by way of strong mayor power. So just my thoughts, my comments, and I echo both parties. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple of questions here, and I must compliment Councillor Cooper on his idea of site-specific, and my reason being that there's a lot of very narrow navigational waterways on Georgian Bay where there is docks in place, and if they were to extend their docks, it would impede the ability for navigation through those channels. And that's just one along with what was mentioned by Councillor Cooper. On the flip side, I'm wondering what the liabilities of the township would be financially if emergency services and fire departments were not able to access the property because the docks were not extended out far enough to allow our fireboats, etc., to reach the property. And lastly, the strong mayor powers to be used in this situation sets a precedence and could be used in many other situations, such as when the Severn River rises 6 feet during the spring runoff. Are we going to use the same powers to allow people to raise their docks and raise their boathouses and everything else to avoid damage? So kind of would like a comment on each of those 3 points, if I may, and just have a better understanding.
Sure. Admittedly, this is all of our first sort of look at the strong mayor powers. And we, as planners, I think, would be uncomfortable if this were not addressing a matter that would seem to place a burden on individual landowners that perhaps is not appropriate. So we would be asking some of these landowners, as I said, to apply for a site-specific zoning bylaw amendment so that they could both have a permanently longer dock and ramp, as some of them may still apply for, but as well to cross that straight line projection of the side lot line into the water, where the reverse pie narrows down to sometimes almost nothing on Georgian Bay already today. I think the second question I can't answer for you in terms of emergency response and what it may or may not do is anytime I've asked that question of our emergencies leadership, their comment is, if we need to get there, we get there. But I leave it to them to give you that answer if it's important. I think lastly, is this the best way to do it? If we're talking about temporary measures where we actually want people to make their docks shorter when the water is higher on Georgian Bay and potentially have longer docks when it's lower on the Georgian Bay, then yes, legally, the only way council can do this is by temporary use bylaws, because section 39(4) of the Planning Act limits any rights that a landowner has when it's a temporary use bylaw and doesn't allow them to acquire rights. Whereas if we had policies in our official plan and subsequently we tried to implement some kind of system where our zoning bylaw had changes taking place with water levels, someone would challenge us and say, no, I'm sorry, under section 34 of the Planning Act and under section 17 of the Planning Act, you've given me acquired rights. I've acquired those rights when I put the dock longer. You can't make me make it shorter. So no, unfortunately, I think what would be important is, as Director Whitlieb said, for staff on an annual basis to give council a report in February or March of each year with the forecasted water levels for that summer. That being said, I'm not advocating that approach today if this bylaw passes today, because again, this bylaw, unless you decide otherwise, would end on November 30th of this year. But I think that is the way forward, that you would receive an annual briefing from planning staff regarding projected and forecast water levels on Georgian Bay.
Just to follow up, could you tell me the difference? And I know we're trying to expedite this because of the low waters, but I've heard that whether we use the strong mare powers or we don't use the strong mare powers, there will still be a process where it has to be approved by planning and it has to be approved by the building department and have a permit issued. The time frame to do that, I can't see how it would change unless those two departments have something in their mandate to kind of let this fly a lot quicker than it normally takes, because normally that process takes months. And I know that sometimes to get planning approval and to get building approval, it does take quite a bit of time. I'm just worried that this would infringe on people's ability to do this in a quick manner.
I don't believe so. I believe our zoning certificate turnaround time now is quite quick. Now, that's not for every single zoning certificate. There are some zoning certificates that are more complex than a dock matter. But I believe that we're doing things within a matter of weeks, if not days. Secondly, I don't think there's anything, if council were to approve this temporary use zoning bylaw amendment today, I don't think there's anything in the Planning Act that would stop us from receiving zoning certificate applications immediately, so long as a building permit was not given before the appeal period date had passed. So no, I can see today us realistically still being able to address these. Again, admittedly, it's a dozen or so properties that are having serious access issues right now. I can see us giving them a way to address it with a zoning certificate and building permit this season. Otherwise, it really becomes a discussion for next season. And whether or not some of these individuals may decide that is their long-term solution, that is completely up to them. If they want to, appreciating that what council might be giving them is a temporary provision, if they want to separately propose a zoning bylaw amendment for a long-term solution that works for them, that is something they certainly are free to do. If they decide that the temporary use works for them, and that's also something that they can freely decide to do. I think the key difference between this temporary use bylaw and the last temporary use bylaw for this matter is twofold. Number one, we're dealing with issues of reverse pies where the straight line projection would otherwise actually stop these people from having docks on Georgian Bay. And number two, with zoning certificates, it allows staff a more efficient way to follow up to ensure that at the end of the day, the temporary use provisions are just that, temporary.
Thank you. And I was really hoping you'd give me the answer that the time to get the zoning approval and the building permit would be that short. And that's a great answer. Thank you.
Yeah, and the key difference is if council were to approve this, that we forego the public meeting, which means that's a 30-day, I believe, cut in the time required. That's the difference. It's 30 days we're talking about, but 30 summer days. Councillor Hazelton, please.
Good job, guys. I think the idea is important, needs to be followed if we can. Although I hate the strong mare's powers concept, in the current situation, I'm a little more focused on being expeditious about fixing a problem. And if we can do that, that would be great. Delighted to hear that there's a process of zoning certificate and then building permit. I was pleased to hear that one of my other councillors suggested that there may be a bond or something like that. And the reason I say that is, here is the reality, and maybe some of my fellow councillors may not be aware of the costs of floating docks. But if I buy a 20-foot floating dock, 8 feet wide, I'm probably minimum 10 grand. So I buy it, I put it in place, and then in November I've got to take it out and find some place to get rid of it because I got to store it. Can't put it in place. So like, this is a massive financial burden to have a temporary dock. It doesn't matter if it's a floating dock or it's an extended shore platform. The costs are very, very significant. And my concern is if we truly want them to take it out, then their investment to get it in place is going to be so huge that I don't know what the incentive is for them to take it out and put it away. So that's a bit of a concern that I have. I look at the way you've kind of drawn your pictures. I think you've done a good job on that. I wanted, before you kind of respond to those other comments, I wanted to suggest that there should be, I think, some need to deal with the narrow channel issue. And I'm going to bring up a specific example. I won't name it, but there is a waterway, a slow zone in Honey Harbor near Mermaid Island, where a new cottage was allowed to be put in. And now everybody drives 10 feet off the end of that dock because the dock should never have existed because the water levels are too shallow and there's no room to move away from the dock. And so those people get to enjoy every single boat going through a very active channel 10 feet off the end of their dock. Sure, if it was my dock, I wouldn't be happy. I'm not sure that that should have ever been approved for development, but that's another story. But the point that was made earlier of narrow waterways, imagine for a second that this property claimed hardship and wanted to extend their dock. It would cut off that waterway. And we have lots of waterways in Honey Harbor where I can see these kinds of constraints of cutting off navigable waterways because I need to extend my dock out. I just think that's a risk that we have to be aware of. Yes.
Through you, your mayor. Just on a note on the side, Transport Canada does have strict regulations as to what is allowed and when they need to go to approval to them for getting permission, because they are in the end the jurisdiction responsible for navigation in waterways. So even though it's not technically applicable law, we do send people to Transport Canada to ensure that A, they're fine with their proposal, or B, there's safety issues or whatnot in place, or in the end that they say, no, you can't do that.
So I do appreciate that. I will offer my personal opinions, which is I'm not really trusting of other government ministries being focused on the nature of our concerns. And I think we need to find a way to solve our problems for our communities, because they could generally care less and they don't focus on the details of that circumstance. But anyways, having said all of that, if I'm a guy, and I know about some of these guys that need more docks or longer docks, if I'm that guy and I go and drop, $10,000, $20,000 to extend my dock out so I can put my boat on it, and I have to figure out some way to get rid of that thing. It's temporary by the end of November, and yet I look at your forecasts for next year, and it doesn't look like the water levels are going up significantly. And so I'm wondering, could you tell me what could be the process for us to, in October, approve an extension to this temporary bylaw to end in 2026, because I'm just really worried that we're going to put a huge burden on those people who are already burdened by not being able to get good access, to then say, you just spent 20 grand or something like that to deal with your dock, and now you're going to take it out, store it, and we can't guarantee we're going to give you permission to get to your property next year. I mean, I'm just really worried that we need a longer window of solution than what I see in the bylaw.
I'm going to deal, excuse me, Mr. Mayor, through you, I'm going to deal with your last question first. It is super important. I arbitrarily proposed a final date for this particular temporary use bylaw of November 30th, 2025, recognizing that this is our first usage of the strong mayor powers and recognizing the mayor's concerns with respect to those powers and whether this was the right use of those powers. And the notion was to have a public meeting sooner rather than later. That being said, there's nothing tying the date of a future public meeting to the expiration of that temporary use that you would give today. So if council feels it's important to give a temporary use bylaw with a year duration today on the strong mayor powers, but it's still important to start a public discussion sooner rather than later, that's all possible.
So if I hear you correctly, what you're saying is we could use strong mayor powers to solve an immediate problem, initiate a public process, and perhaps have a public process approval in the not too distant future, basically supporting what we did with strong mayor powers today.
No, that's the approach I'm proposing today. But essentially what I'm saying is, yes, there are costs. So if somebody is actually moving one of these anchored floating docks out into Georgian Bay as a result of the temporary bylaw, there is a cost, no question about it. If council decides in its wisdom today that this is a good use of the temporary mayor powers and that giving people less than a year of a temporary use bylaw is giving them less than they should be given, it is absolutely within your authority today to give them a year under the temporary use bylaw. What I'm suggesting is if there needs to be a public discussion sooner rather than later about the extension of that temporary use bylaw, which wouldn't be necessary at this point if it were for a full year until sometime in the spring of next year, that is something that can be done. There's nothing stopping council from exceeding the public processes under the Planning Act. So what I'm saying is in advance of your next meeting, if your next meeting to consider the extension of this bylaw isn't until a year from now, there is nothing stopping council from directing staff to hold additional public input.
Thank you.
Councillor Predko, you have an additional remark?
I do, but I thought it was for second round.
Yeah, well, you're the only one, so I'll make my comments and then we'll. I appreciate what I'm hearing from everyone. I think there's a few points that I think are very important from my perspective. One is that this is a temporary bylaw, not permanent. Further to Councillor Hazelton's remarks, if I were the applicant taking advantage of the temporary bylaw, if we approve it and getting that dock out there, I'd be putting an application for permanent permission before November 30th, so I wouldn't have to remove it to see what, and that would have to go through the full process. I do think it's important that we as council recognize, and this came up early in the conversation, that this temporary bylaw, we're going to November 30th, but sometime over the winter, or maybe even before November 30th, we may want to consider making it permanent or extend the temporariness or what have you. And for that, we can go through the public process and not, I'm uncomfortable with this strong mayor powers, not because I don't think it's appropriate to, and I like your word of expedient, Councillor Hazelton. That's the only reason it's in front of us, in my opinion, that I allowed this to this. And I hate that saying I allowed this because it's stupid. It should be a council thing, but the legislation gave us this opportunity to be expedient in this case if council think it's appropriate, but the follow-up has to, in my opinion, go through full process, including the public meetings, and whether it's for a site-specific spot or we do something a little more general for next year, that's for further discussion. And so, and I also, I hear the concerns about the strong mayor powers, but I need to emphasize for my own sake, I refuse to exercise these powers without council's approval, which is a weird way of saying, we're taking advantage of the law not to avoid democracy, because I insist that we use democracy, but to be expedient for a couple of our residents, the residents who've already talked to our planning department about their concerns about reaching their property as we speak. So that's my comments. Councillor Predko.
Thank you. And through you, Mayor, just a few follow-up comments and observations from our first round of discussion. And the one being that I think it really highlights that if we pass this month and we have an appeal period and people can't obtain their building permit, can't obtain their zoning certificate until, let's say, beginning of August, their building permit process might take a couple more weeks to get everything approved. They have to talk to a designer, and then by that point, they have to talk to a contractor to actually help them do the installation, which I think is putting them into an early September time period. So, we're talking about an expeditious solution to a problem that might not get many people relief before the end of the season anyway, especially if we have an expiration on the temporary permit. So that would be a concern that I have, that we're really not going to solve the problem on a large scale basis with something that we're trying to do very quickly today. And the second piece is, I think the discussion that we're having, I think, highlights the need for us to have some public conversation, and maybe not, we're talking about for a repeat for next year or an extension of the amendment, but should we be doing that public consultation up front? I mean, this is part of the discussion about strong mayor powers and whether or not the expeditious nature of the strong mayor powers is really in the best interest of the community and for our democratic process. So those are my concerns, and I'll just leave it at that for now. Thanks.
Thank you. To the best of my knowledge, at least one of our applicants already has the dock built, just hasn't installed it because of the regulations. Anyway, that's what I've heard. Councilor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor. Just a quick question. I'm not sure to our planning department or to who. In the past, not that I'm advocating for this, but there was the ability through Fisheries and Oceans and the MNRF to dredge in this township, as opposed to building the dock further. And that practice was carried on for many years, where if the water got low, people would dredge and take away the material. Can you just tell me if that practice is still acceptable in this township, or could somebody apply for an application and obtain approval to do that practice?
So there are provincial processes that do allow for that. However, the township's official plan and zoning bylaw prohibit it. So this township has taken a a position rather, that it was not what this township wants in terms of accessing waterfront lands. That being said, have there been instances where it's taken place? I'm certain there have been. There have also been instances, I'm certain, as people have said, that docks have crossed the straight line projection previously. That being said, your new planning team is trying to implement the official plan and zoning bylaw as they are written. And what we've come to you and to the mayor is with a problem where we are seeing, as the zoning has been written since 1991, that some lands, especially those on reverse pie lots onto Georgian Bay, are being incredibly challenged to get access this summer to their lands. And although they may have long-term solutions in their mind, this temporary bylaw is not intended to implement those. And anyone who would be using it to pre-develop a permanent solution does so at their own financial risk. And while the Planning Act Section 39 does not allow us to place any kind of financial burden on a resident taking advantage of the temporary use provisions, the Planning Act is very strong in its penalties when the temporary use bylaw were to end in terms of bylaw enforcement if someone refuses to cooperate with the municipality. While there are expensive solutions to docking, there's also less expensive solutions to docking. And I think one of the big challenges that this bylaw, two of the big challenges that this bylaw is intended to address regardless of the expense of the docking solution, is this notion that some places there are large areas of rock which has become exposed, which is the lake bed of Georgian Bay, which may be dangerous to cross if there isn't long ramps from the shoreline that is dry all the time to a dock that actually projects into water that's navigable. And so that is one key important element of this, is the notion that ramps on a temporary basis could be much longer. And I think the other key notion is this suspension of the straight line projections of side lot lines. And this would be the first time that council is making that exception. And so I do appreciate the caution with which all of us are approaching the strong mayor powers. The question we're debating here is really the balance of the summer from the August 1st weekend to the end of this season, and whether that is worth the shortcut that the strong mayor powers afford to have this temporary use bylaw.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Just was occurring to me that one of the challenges that we have with this, and in the longer run term, we need to remember that I don't know how to say this politely, but how do you stop people from making stupid mistakes? And I say that because on Georgian Bay, as I've noted many times, the water goes up, the water goes down. And I can tell you within 5 minutes or 10 minutes of my place, I can go and point out to you docks that were built by people that have been on the bay over 100 years, their families. And they built docks in 2013 thinking the water would never go up again. And they're permanent docks. And there were several of them. They're all underwater. Another example where the gentleman built a huge patio, the size of this room practically. It's not a patio. It's a place to drive his airplane up onto. It's all flagstone. And it's in 2020, it was 3-4 feet underwater. There's also a road built because the water came up. And so the same place, by the way. And interestingly, in this case, I'm talking about now with the airplane and so forth, it was somebody that was new to the bay. But there were a whole bunch of other people who have been around the bay a long time. And so when I say making stupid mistakes, I'm sort of saying, I don't know how we can adjudicate that or give oversight, because there are usually places on a property, unless it was allowed to be developed and shouldn't, but there are many places where if you know enough to build a shore platform that will accept a floating dock, you can probably have something that'll work both in high and low water times. And I think we're making allowances in this particular case for unfortunate, stupid decisions. So there.
All right. Director Whitliff, I'm going to end this after you because we've been at it for an hour, and I'm going to call a vote and let us all have a washroom break.
Appreciate it, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. And certainly referencing Councilor Cooper's concerns understood. This is simply, staff are bringing this forward as a potential solution, right? We're purely in the hands of council on this. And as you've heard, this is not new territory for this township. There was a previous temporary use bylaw that was not unlike this one. We think this one's new and improved, but some of these what ifs, what may happen, I don't know if those issues came up in the past, but again, this is not uncharted territory. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, council. We have moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that pursuant to Section 2 of Ontario Regulation 580/22 under the Municipal Act, or strong mayor powers, Council for the Township of Georgian Bay approved the attached bylaw 2025-084 for docks and Georgian Bay water levels proposed by application number Z25-05. All those in favor? I got 1, I got 2, and I make 3. So I think I have 3 in favor, so I'm just confirming. All those against? 1, 2, 3. You can't, are we, am I losing my mind or are people voting more than once? Anyway, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 4 against. Is that, can we confirm that, Clerk Way? Because if we have a 3-4 split, we got to make sure we got it going right. How many, all those against? 1, 2, 3. I see 4 against.
Mr. Predko.
Yeah. So now we have 4 against. It is failed or defeated or whatever the right word is. It is defeated. All right. Good discussion. Let's get back together at 11:45. All right, we'll bring this back to order. For everyone's information, Councillor Bochek, I'm going to beat you to the punch right now because a number of councillors have expressed concern about the last motion that we passed into a resolution, because it basically, if I can paraphrase, it's shut down moving forward on the file, probably because of the strong mayor component. Therefore, I have a motion, and it's been moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton, that council refer application Z2505 to staff for a full public notice process for a public meeting to be held on August 12th, 2025. So basically what we're doing is saying the file can move forward at its regular pace versus the expedited strong mayor pace, which got defeated a few minutes ago. Because otherwise we would have dropped the ball and would have to start it all over again in August versus starting again now. So I don't know if there needs to be any discussion because we spent an hour discussing the whole file before, but I'll repeat the motion is moved by Councillor Bochek, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved that council refer application Z25-05 to staff for a full public notice process for a public meeting to be held on August 12th, 2025. All those in favor? And that one is, I believe, passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Appreciate you paying attention to what we're doing. And thank you for rushing in. And now you have new marching orders, Mr. Crafty. All right. Next on our hit parade, Leduc Lane drainage update. And I'm not even sure who's giving that to us.
I am.
Ms. Engel,
Through
welcome
you.
to the meeting.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Coutier. Leduc Lane, council approved on August 12th, 2024, going with the option which would create drainage along the north side of Leduc Lane at a cost of $400,000, with Tatham Engineering doing the engineering work for an additional $40,000. Myself, CAO, and staff met with Tatham Engineering on April 4th during the high melt period to take a look at the existing drainage and issues. At that time, it was identified that on the south side of Leduc Lane, there is existing drainage. Some of it has been buried and some of it has been removed. So we'd like to move ahead with reopening and reestablishing the drainage as it was originally designed before we look at investing large amounts of money in creating a new drainage system.
Thank you very much. Council, any comments or questions? Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, just one quick question. With the volume of water coming off of municipal land, i.e. the Baxter Ward Community Center and Oak Bay, would the volume be able to be handled through this new or recreating this drainage system? Has there been, through Tatham, was there any thought given to that?
At this stage, we don't know for sure. We do know that that drainage system has been there for about as long as at least the community center has been there. So until we reestablish it, we can't know completely. Our hope is it will. If not, we can look at ways to perhaps keep some of that overload on the community center land as opposed to impacting the adjacent properties.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, and through your worship, a few questions, if I may, to Mara. Ms. Engel, I have a question with regards to Tatham specifically, and perhaps you may or may not know this, given your recent appointment. The matter has been before Tatham for quite some time now, I believe, and perhaps, I mean, plus or minus a little bit of time, but I believe it's been ongoing now for at least over a year, if not more. And we've had a report by them submitted by your predecessor and have had to go back to Tatham multiple times in order to understand and to come up with, I guess, your recommendation today. I'm curious to know, based on your response to Councillor Bochuk, my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that we don't know, or at least staff is not really aware as to whether or not the current drainage solution, the cheaper alternative, which is being recommended by staff, can accommodate the amount of volume of water that I guess the newly developed Oak Bay and the cause of some of the flooding could accommodate. And I wonder, given that Oak Bay continues to scale and new phases of Oak Bay are going to be coming online, whether there's going to be additional pressure on that drainage. And so would it be safe to assume that the larger amount, which is option one, would undergo a larger scale project that could accommodate not only current demand or current water pressures, but also future, in consideration of what is being developed and what has been approved for development in the surrounding areas, versus maintaining the status quo and trying to clear out some blocked swales and or culverts, if I can use that. So lot to answer there. Over to you.
Through you, Mayor. The current proposal from Tatham is to basically create drainage along the north side, under the assumption that it would cost more to create drainage along the south side. Historical records and anecdotal evidence shows us that drainage already exists on the south side. It has just been buried. So before we create something from scratch, we need to prove that that already exists. When it comes to Oak Bay and that development, we're not looking at impact from that. We're looking at impact from Honey Harbor Road and from the Baxter Ward Community Center. The drainage from Oak Bay, as far as I understand, but I can look into it further, is being handled within that development. So our hope is that part of the issue that the residents along Leduc Lane are seeing is because the drainage that did exist has been removed or filled in, whether on purpose or whether without understanding. But our hope is either way, if we just go with the higher cost, the $400,000, we're creating what we believe already exists on the south side once it's opened up again.
Hello, thank you. So, and I can appreciate that. So essentially, staff is recommending that we explore reopening the south side, see how that fares, and if it has to come back to council in future because it's just not adequate enough to do what we needed to do, then we revisit that. So essentially, it's we would be incurring $450,000 if worst case scenario were to have to be applied, rather than, and we could be saving $350 if in the event that the south side works. How will we confirm this? Is this just going to be through constituent complaints and the feedback we're receiving from those that live on Leduc, or is it going to be staff monitored to make sure that flooding is not occurring in the rear, and if in the event that it is, it'll come back to council for reconsideration?
It will be through ongoing staff monitoring.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments.
Councilor Jarvis.
Yeah, I appreciate that this alternative has come to light. Hopefully will reduce the financial burden on the municipality. I'm just curious, are the residents that are directly affected by this drainage issue aware of this possible alternate solution?
No, we haven't given any notification to the residents of the area until we had council approval to move ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, I applaud this review. I mean, I'm curious as to what happened to the south side drainage system. I can call it that. But well, is that drainage system basically on township lands? Is it part of our road allowance through there, or is it on private lands? Any idea?
It is on township land. In one instance, it looks like someone put in a new driveway and just didn't reinstate the culvert. I'm not sure what happened in the other area. It is a retired supervisor is aware that we put a culvert in. It's not visible at this point in time, so I don't know what happened to it. It does, if it works, it's great for us. We do have challenges on the north side with the road allowance and having enough road allowance for us to do what we want to on the north side.
No, I mean, I applaud this not just because of the lower cost, but also the fact that you're not taking down trees or blasting rock and things like that. That we were told that once upon a time, the system more or less worked. It's always going to be a little bit unusual in the spring, depending upon the snow melt and everything else. And of course, then water's coming from everywhere, so to speak, not just from the Baxter Ward Community Center. And so I think, to me, it makes perfect sense to do this. And it may be that more work is required, but it may not be 400,000 that's required. It may be just one additional culvert or something else to somehow I remember walking the lands there and just thinking that if we added one or two additional berms on a couple of properties, that extended the berms a little bit, that would actually provide some protection. But having said that, no, I find that I appreciate this because if we can rebuild what we had, correct what has gone wrong, regardless of who may or may not have caused it, then I think that's, to me, the logical first choice. And it means that we're now finally, because this has been in front of us for a number of years, and we're finally doing something on it, which I think is terrific, because at a certain point you have to stop talking, you have to start doing. So that's my thoughts. Any other thoughts? I have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Bochek. Be it resolved that staff be directed to proceed with returning culverts and ditches to original as-built condition along Leduc Lane, and that the work be funded from the Roads General Reserve Fund. All those in favor? And I have full approval for that one. Thank you very much. 2026 budget preparation. Well, this gets exciting. Do I see our... There she is. Ms. Radican, Director of Finance. I think that's one of your titles. Please tell us about the 2026 budget preparation.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Coutier and members of council. The purpose of this report is to provide council with information regarding the 2026 budget process, any key financial highlights, and to create an opportunity for council to provide direction early on in the process in terms of expectations, service level adjustments, any key priorities, and any interest in specific capital projects they would like us to bring forward. The budget process will follow a similar approach to that of last year. And over the next several months, staff will be working on their budget submissions and focusing on their operating and capital budgets and giving consideration to the priorities that are put forth in the strategic plan. The report before you sets out the budget process alongside the timetables and illustrates a high level of operating pressures. Staff's intent is to seek council's input and have council provide direction early on in the process in helps of the development of the 2026 capital and operating budgets. Thanks, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
In other words, in spite of the recent legislation, we're going to go follow the same pattern as we have in prior years. Thank you.
That is correct.
Council, any questions or comments? Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship, just because it's my theme today, we have the motion coming up with regards to strong mayor powers, and through the budget preparation process, there's a number of steps that will accommodate the strong mayor powers. And I note that there are opportunities to decrease windows of time and to go back to more of a normal process. If council today passes a motion to effectively try to reject the strong mayor powers, would you be able to revise this document to illustrate ways in which we can continue to work within the strong mayor framework, but respect the wishes of council to not exercise strong mayor powers?
Thank you, through you, Mayor Kutsier, to Councillor Predko. So ultimately, in discussions with Mayor Kutsier, we've discussed how the budget process is not going to differ regardless of strong mayor powers or not. My understanding is he will not be using them for the budget process. The only issue is that based on the legislation, we are required to now, I guess, call it the mayor's budget. So any recommendations coming forward, just in terms of wording of a resolution, would now be that the mayor consider it, although discussions will still be from council as a whole, and we will still be having resolutions from council as a whole. So I don't perceive any implications or changes to the budget process as a result of the strong mayor's powers, just based on my discussions with the mayor, but I can ask the mayor to comment on that as well.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, the strong mayor's power means that our clerk has additional headaches for us to follow the same process we have in the past. And those headaches are going to exist because I don't imagine, in spite of the possibility of us passing motions telling the government we don't want it, that they're actually going to change the legislation between now and the time that we have the budget in front of us.
Okay, thank you very much.
Any other comments or questions? All right, and I don't suppose it needs to be stated, but I will. I mean, we're following the legislation on this, but just like the motion that we had earlier today, I still believe in the democratic process, or in spite of what the Ontario government sometimes implies. And that's why I want this budget process to be just as it was before, with all councillors inputting before documents get in front of us, as opposed to, just me sitting down with the treasurer and saying, here's the budget, and council adopt it, or else I'll just try to get two of you on side and we're done. I don't want to do any of that nonsense. I want this the same as before. I've moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that the report from the Director of Finance regarding budget preparation 2026 be received, and that council approve the timelines for developing and improving the 2026 budget as follows. Draft budget table, November 3rd. Staff council information sessions, November 12 to 14. Boards and agency presentations, November 25. Draft budget public deliberations, November 27. And budget adoption approval, if all goes smoothly, December 1st. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Large item collection event program for water access only residents. CAO Mariotti.
Thank you, Mayor Kutsier. Yeah, so we issued an RFP for large item collection for Honey Harbour and Go Home Lake. So the RFP would be valid for this year and with the option to renew for next year as well. We had 3 companies who bid, and the winning bidder is the company who's basically done large item collection for the last several years through the district, and this time they would be doing it through the township. So that component is done. As council can see, there's also some information for council to make a decision on the 6 Mile Lake, Gloucester Pool, and Severn River. I think council can assume very similar costs to what we obtained through this recent RFP. And last but not least, there is a bit of a discrepancy between the 2 large item pickups. The barge large item pickup has been allowing units containing Freon to be picked up. whereas the district-led large item pickup has not. And so since we are now administering both types of large item pickup, I think now is the time to be consistent with how council approaches the handling of fridges and freezers and AC units. So there's a proposal in there to charge a fee so that we cover our costs in terms of safely handling these items, and that's pretty much it for the report.
All right, thank you very much. Council, any discussions? Let's see, Councillor Predko and Councillor Cooper so far.
Councillor Cooper had his hand first.
Oh, yeah, but he didn't raise it electronically, but you're being very gentlemanly about it. So Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Councillor Predko. I'm glad you acknowledged that I should be going first. Just teasing. Yeah, so I don't have the report in front of me. All I have is a bunch of pictures on my screen at the moment, but we're working from memory here. But does this make, or are you, you're showing what's being proposed for this year, but we have sort of a tacit agreement that certain communities would get the barge every other year. Is that in the report? Or did I miss it?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Coetzee. Yes, Councillor Cooper. There is a table further down in the report where it specifies that, for example, Cognisheen and Go Home Bay get the service every 2 years, and Present Island every 3 to 5 years.
So just on that note, so I think, you know, logically, where there's a fairly large community, you might need it every other year. Like, for example, Cognisheen, there's 600 or 700 residences. But I think with Go Home Bay, it might be every 3 years because there's about only 150, 160 residences. So it wouldn't be the same demand, I guess is what I'm saying. So it might, I think what you're showing in your report is, or what you're referring to is that both of those communities would get something every other year. And I'm suggesting maybe every other year for Cognisheen and every third year for Go Home. And I don't know what about Present Island? Is that every other year as well?
So Present Island originally, I was under the impression that it was every 5 years, but then I did hear a month or so ago that they were asking that they had asked every 3 years.
Every 2 years?
Three.
Oh, every 3 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so that would be the same sort of program then as Go Home Bay that I'm suggesting.
Right. So right now, Go Home Bay is every 2 years. But I mean, again, council can decide for the next budgets, you know, for the next, for 2026 budget, council can decide how often each community receives this service, and also whether council wants to include 6 Mile, Gloucester Pool, and Seven River.
So I'm just giving you my feedback on that, and maybe Councillor Jarvis could give some thought to that as well, and we can go from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Very briefly, comments to our CAO. First of all, the price being proposed to us or contracted to us is significantly less than what the district was going to charge us for the same service from the same provider. Are you able to explain to us where the price difference would have varied and for what reasons?
Yeah, so this is speculation. I haven't gone back to confirm with the district, but way back when the district handled all of the large item collections. So that was all 8 locations. And I suspect that the budgeted number in the district hadn't evolved to take into account the fact that the township had taken over the barging component. of it, and also the fact that we went from every year to every 2 years, for example, for these communities. So I need to check, but that's my suspicion, is that, you know, when the district handled all of them, then obviously the cost was obviously a lot higher back then.
All right, thank you. It's an interesting note. Secondly, I'm completely in favor of the $30 fee for the Freon. I do realize that's a direct cost that would go back to the township to pay for the collection of refrigerators. And at this point, residents have not been able to drop off items with refrigerants at large item collections because the district was not prepared to absorb that cost, and because they would have had to have paid it. So this is actually a big benefit, I think, to the community. I think as long as we're very clear that there is a cost if you bring something with Freon. Typically, people will bring refrigerators across in their boat only to have to take them back to their cottage. So I think this is an important communication point, but it's a good route forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. I'll make this really quick. It was brought to my attention from a tech that they can remove the Freon and put a label, a certification label on it. And if the Freon was removed and you had that certification label, would they still pay the $30 charge?
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Bochek. You raise a good point. Absolutely. If it's tagged when the item arrives, then there would not be an additional fee.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, I thank you very much, CO Mariotti. I think it's interesting, a couple of observations. One is, as has already been already noted, that the cost is less when we do it as opposed to district. And two, I can't help but note that we are now stepping in providing service to our residents that should be provided by district, because they believe it's their mandate to provide solid waste services, and we're taking over parts of it, and maybe taking over more as the year unfolds. And I think that's it's worth noting, and that you know, I'm stopping because otherwise I could get in dangerous territory. But with that, okay, Councillor Graziano.
Thank you, through your worship. I think that at the end of the day, as we move forward with this program, it's at least something that we can offer our constituents and our ratepayers as the district moves towards removing bins from the water access community. So at least they're seeing some tangible support from their municipality by way of this program. And so I think at the end of the day, it's a fantastic opportunity for us to really bring some at least good news to those that need it. Thank you.
Councillor Cooper.
Just briefly to reinforce your comments, and you were a little careful. I'm maybe not quite as careful, but I would ask that we remember with any of these services, if we're not getting them, then we shouldn't be billed for them. Period. And if we can organize it ourselves, yippee. Thank you.
Well, I can confirm that in the district budget, they put nothing in the budget for large item pickups in 2025. Right. Okay, I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Bochek. Be it resolved, the council receives the results of the request for proposal to carry out large item pickup for Honey Harbor and Go Home Lake for 2025, and that council implements a $30 fee per unit for Freon containing large items, and that council use the results of the RFP and data provided by staff to gauge costs involved for large item collections at 6 Mile Lake, Gloucester Pool, and Severn River. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And that ends the staff reports section. And I'm going to suggest, instead of going to new business, that we take a lunch break and we go into closed at 1 o'clock, and then we follow up with new business and anything else that may surface after closed. So therefore, before we walk away, I'm going to read a resolution or two, or sorry, motion or two that the clerk's going to give me, so that we don't have to do a little dance. Okay, so this is going to take all lunch break to read. Moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton, whereas Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, provides authority for councils of municipalities to close a meeting or parts of a meeting to the public if the subject matter pertains to a matter identified in Section 239(2). And whereas the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay deems it necessary to close this portion of the meeting in order to address matters under the following sections of 239(2). Closed council minutes of June 2nd. Mrs. C's Park Playground repairs. Tickner subdivision. Legal files listing. 206 Wild Rice Trail, OLT 25-000396. Now be it, and all of those, of course, there's a long wording about how it falls underneath under the litigation. Now be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay moves into closed session of Council at 1 p.m. All those in favor? And I have enough hands to say that is carried. So we are signing off. We're going to enjoy a 35-minute lunch break, and we'll be in closed. And Councillor Predko, I'll leave it between you and the clerk to make sure you know what to do to join us in closed. Thank you. We are back. So the first thing I have to do is moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Hazelton. Be it resolved, the Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 2:56 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And now we have a couple motions that are a consequence of closed. 3 of them, I'm told, and they are moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council directs staff to remove playground structures located at Mrs. C's Park, 2 Muskoka Road, Mactier, and that staff source and install a new playground compliant with applicable Canadian Standards Association standards and consistent with the history of the community, and the council authorize approved projects to be deferred to 2026 and funds be reallocated from the following capital projects to fund the purchase and installation of playground equipment for a total cost of $104,000. And the 3 projects are replenish beach sand, the Port of Honey Harbor and Port Severn Parks, bench table concrete pad for Honey Harbor Park Landing and a bench table concrete pad for Port Severn Park, and backstop fencing infield material upgrade for the Mactier Ballpark, and that staff seek additional funding opportunities such as provincial or federal grants or sponsorships for initial or expansion of modular playground. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. And moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that council received a confidential report regarding cost estimates to complete phase 2 of the Tickner subdivision for information. All those in favor? And for the record, Councillor Bocek did not attend that portion of the closed session, nor voted. You may.
I just wanted to offer a comment here. We heard this morning that there was concern for significant delays in getting zoning certificates and building permits, and I wanted to report that I can speak from firsthand example that a zoning certificate took less than a week and a building permit took less than 6 hours. So I think we're doing a pretty good job.
I think it's amazing. When we're full staffed, everybody's caught up, and things are happening tickety-boo in most cases. Because your application was incomplete. I don't know. Just speculating. And for those who didn't hear, Councillor Bocek wonder why his application is 6 weeks old. I didn't know he had one, but there you go. All right. Back to our regularly scheduled programming. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved that council adopts the June 2nd, 2025 council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. And now, unless I'm told otherwise by our clerk, we're going into the new business section. And the first item in new business is opposition to strong mayor powers, Councillor Predko. I haven't been working out, honest.
Pardon me?
I have not been working out, honest.
Through you, Mayor, I just introduced this motion. I think it's the follow-up to the report that our clerk provided as information to council, and a follow-up to conversations that we've had with regards to other motions over the past 2 sessions. I believe that the strong mayor powers that are being imposed on our township are circumventing some of our democratic principles in terms of one voice, one vote. And I thought it was important to put this forward so that the township council could express their opinions, and if they are in agreement, send our wishes of information and position back to the province and to other municipalities to let them know how we feel about this issue. So I'm not going to go into the my opinions about the different aspects of strong mayor powers. I think we've had that conversation, but I'm happy to facilitate with the mayor any conversation that people have about the strong mayor powers and the position of the township. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, I can read the motion and then you can add comments, or you can add comments and then I'll read the motion. Okay, I don't see any hands yet, so I'm going to read the motion and then see if there are any comments. And we have moved by Councillor Predko, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Whereas the Government of Ontario has imposed strong mayor powers on municipalities without broad consultation or consent. And whereas over 100 municipalities have passed resolutions opposing these powers and requested their removal, some as early as 2023, and whereas strong mayor powers concentrate authority in one office, undermining democratic governance, council collaboration, and transparency, and whereas municipalities are most effective through shared leadership and local decision-making, be it resolved the Township of Georgian Bay opposes the imposition of strong mayor powers and requests immediate removal from the list of designated municipalities, and be it resolved that this resolution be sent to the Honorable Doug Ford, the Honorable Rob Flack, who's the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks, and Treasurers of Ontario. Yeah, that's it. Council, any comments or questions before I call the vote? Councillor Jarvis.
Mike. Microphone.
Yeah.
Oh, the clerk has offered to fix that. Councillor Hazelton.
It's removed.
Paul.
She's removed from the list.
And crossed out on my document. So I can't even read it. That's why I didn't. Any questions? All right. Clearly, I better call a vote unless somebody puts up their hand. Councillor Cooper.
What we haven't really said here is we have no intention of using strong mayor's powers.
Well, we tried this morning and it failed.
Well, we did, but we haven't really said that in this resolution, have we?
Yes, please.
It's impossible to say we're not going to use them because some of them you can't not waive, and the budget one, there's no option. We have to follow a process through the mayor's budget, as was talked about this morning with the 2026 budget process. So as much as we want to say, no, thank you, we can't actually do that. We just don't use them in a roundabout way.
We just don't wish?
We don't use them. We can't say we're refusing to. There's no option to opt out.
So we have no intention of using them.
It is not my intention to exercise strong mayor powers unless I have full council approval.
Right.
But in some circumstances, such as the budget, the way the legislation is written, we have no choice but to pretend it's a strong mayor budget, and therefore the clerk has to make up a couple extra motions that we satisfy our wish for a democratic process and the government legal requirement.
So we're sort of jumping through hoops as opposed to making it simple.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, when was the last time that legislation was simple? Because when it is simple, somebody has to interpret it in a complicated way, it seems.
Okay.
I'm making reference to a specific regulation, but we won't go into that discussion right now. Any other comments? All those in favor? And that is carried unanimously. In other words, I voted as well in favor for anybody who's debating. Okay. Now, Council, we have a new item that's not on your agenda. And this is with regards to additional budget monies for phosphorus testing. So the first thing we're going to do is moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Hazelton, be it resolved that Council waive the rules of procedure to permit an additional matter to the agenda, namely item 12B for water quality testing budget. So if I get 2/3, I think it is. 2/3 of 5 or 5. If I get 5 votes in favor, then we can discuss the item. If I don't get 5 votes in favor, we're out to lunch. All those in favor Okay, well, that's unanimous, so we don't have to debate whether or not we want to do that. So the second motion, I'm going to read it, and then I'm going to hand it over to Councillor Graziano and Hazelton to speak to it. Be it resolved, the council authorize additional budget to permit phosphorus testing as part of the water quality program in the amount of up to $25,000 to be funded from the working fund reserve. Over to Councillors Graziano and Hazelton, who moved it and seconded it.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you. In the last couple of weeks, I've received numerous phone calls from volunteers who've been supporting us with regards to water quality testing, specifically around communication by staff on identifying one location for phosphorus testing this year. Historically, at least in the last couple of years, we've tested numerous sites, and we did it consistently throughout the course of the year. As we previously have heard Dr. Pachow-Fraser identify phosphorus and the eutrophication of our lakes, this is a serious matter, specifically with hypoxia at lower depths, and tends to suggest the health of our lakes and really what's happening. In addition to that, and supporting the demand and the need for us to continue monitoring phosphorus aggressively, in July's or this month's CIP package, specifically page 29, is the District of Muskoka report on their water quality testing. And I quote, according to the District of Muskoka, that while overall phosphorus concentrations have declined or remained stable over time, phosphorus concentrations were elevated in 2024. 48% of site samples in 2024 had a spring phosphorus reading higher than the previous reading for each site, and the 2024 spring phosphorus reading for 65% of the sites was higher than the 10-year average for each site. No lake sampled in 2024 had a significant increase in spring phosphorus since 2001. And so, understanding the concerns of the community, understanding the importance of maintaining phosphorus testing, I am hoping that we can support staff by way of extending some additional funds that would allow staff to proceed and partner with a organization or company that could provide the sample reviews, so the data and the analysis of the samples that the volunteers collect. And that's the impetus of today's request. So thank you, and over to Council.
Councillor Hazelton, you anything to add?
Good.
Okay, any other? Councillor Bochek.
Yeah, thank you through the mayor. I'm just wondering the locations of the phosphorus testing. We have Stewart Lake, Gala Lake, Toronto Lake, all these different lakes. Would there be funding to check for phosphorus in all of these lakes?
I'll take that to an extent. Right now, so previously we were lucky enough to have Dr. Pachow-Fraser do our testing in the previous year for phosphorus. At that point, there was a lot of testing done on our inland lakes and Georgian Bay, but they do a lot of different sites on those lakes. Even she had commented that it might have been a little too much and a little too overwhelming, especially with the cost, and unfortunately she's not available this year. Currently, what I've been working on, because it was so last minute, was trying to get become part of the Lake Partnership Program, which is done, I think, in Dorset through the ministry. They were only allowed basically to allow us for 9 slots. They normally only do testing in the spring, but he was kind enough to allow us, he said 9 slots, that they would probably do 3 tests for us, so 1 July, 1 August, 1 September. But the only thing is, I think some of our volunteers don't feel like that is enough. So what they're looking for is to have us do this out with a private lab and then pay for it that way.
In addition to that, it was one of the topics brought up at the Stewart Lake Association this past weekend, that they used to receive some water testing from the township and it no longer happens. And I was unaware that we ever did or that we continue to. So this kind of answers a question that there could be phosphorus testing in Stewart Lake, possibly.
let me know who you were talking to. I'll contact whoever you're talking to see what they were looking for. It may have been just the report they didn't get, possibly.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Bochek, when you close your computer, our audience is looking at your desk.
It's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Any other, Councillor Predko?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Just quick question, I guess, to Ms. Nicholson. Just inquiring about the $25,000 number, and is that based on quotes that you have received, or is that based on your guesstimate in terms of your experience with this program? And what's the likelihood of coming underneath 25,000 at the end of the day?
Through the mayor, I just found out about this today, so I had some quotes from last year, but they entailed testing for more than just phosphorus. So no, I'd have to reach out. I think if we keep the numbers at a relatively normal number of testing, like not do near as many as we did previously, we could get it down much below 25,000.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
Thank you. And through your worship, I envision that we only test the red zones that were identified in Dr. Patchow Fraser's her, I guess, end of year analysis. There were some red zones in our area, specifically on some of the inland lakes, and we can likely forego all of the other zones that weren't identified in red and or of cause for concern. So, I'm sure that Kaylee can confirm exactly what those locations are and what bodies of water they're on, and perhaps we can test accordingly. Thank you.
Councillor Jarvis.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea, being that phosphorus is a pretty good indicator of the possibility of blue-green algae being coming next. So phosphorus testing is important. I just want to understand this. We're already doing phosphorus testing, but this would allow for some additional phosphorus testing, correct?
Currently, we aren't doing it this year because we didn't have anybody to do it. So that's why I was in discussions with the Lake Partnership Program.
Got it. So this is taking up what would be normally considered a very necessary testing. Thank you. It's filling a gap. Thank you.
Yeah. Councillor Hazelton.
So Kaylee, did you say that your folks at the Lake Partner Program are prepared to accept additional samples, or?
I was in discussions with them. That's why I was asking for the sites, because basically it allowed everybody to have one site in each of their areas, and they would probably do 3 tests for us throughout the year, but that's it.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking is testing for phosphorus is typically done one of 2 ways. One way is how Dr. Chow Fraser did it, which is you take the sample, freeze it, and you send it to her. We have been doing an extensive amount of sampling for phosphorus in Honey Harbor, and we do it the other way, which is you take a sample, you have a fairly significant chain of custody document, you send it to a lab. It costs money to have the lab do it, a lot more money than you'd normally expect. It costs money for the courier to move the product to the lab in the appropriate time. So there's a lot of costs associated with that and time. And so I think putting a budget number out there is good, but I think what we also need to do, I think we haven't gotten into the details, we just put a number here. So I think that's fair for today, but I think for tomorrow, whatever tomorrow is, we need to figure out and agree on how we're going to get these samples assessed. And I don't think Patchow Fraser's strategy is going to work for us. And so it's either the Dorset Lab or it's SGS Lakefield or whatever. And that we need to figure out what those cost structures are, because we may want to include the courier costs as part of the overall package. Otherwise, each of our volunteers are going to be eating a lot of costs.
Well, just so you know, what happened is the previous quotes, everything would be organized through here, and it would go in one group, and all the costs would be incorporated through the actual lab. So the quotes I got last year from it included the quotes for the actual transportation. They provided everything. It's just the, you know, the organization of everybody getting it here when they need to, because I think it has to be done within 48 hours of the sample being taken. So it's not as
24
easy.
to a lab.
Yeah, I think you have 24
and,
to get it there.
And if you're longer than 24, your samples could be tainted, and getting it here may work for people who are driving around in their cars.
Yeah.
But that often doesn't work for us driving around our boat. So in the past, what we have done in Honey Harbor is brought the samples to a marina, prearranged for a courier pickup at the marina to get them to the destination. Sadly, you then have to inform the courier that he has to deliver it the next day in the morning.
Yeah.
Because if you don't inform the courier that, then it's a 48-hour window, then you have a tainted sample and you have a loss. Yeah. So there's a significant cost component to do this. We need to pin it down, but I think what we're trying to accomplish here is let's put a number in the budget that we can work with so that we can accommodate those things.
Right.
And to an answer to your initial question, tomorrow's Tuesday. Well, he asked. Any other comments or questions? Would you like the motion read again? No. All those in favor? And that is unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay. There's hope. Moved by Councillor Hazelton, seconded by Councillor Bocheck. Be it resolved, the Council adopts Bylaw 2025-054 to confirm the proceedings of the July 7th, 2025 Council meeting. All those in favor? Another unanimous vote. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, second by Councillor Peter Cooper. Be it resolved, the Council now adjourn at XXX, which I think translates into 3:18 p.m. until August 11th, 2025 at 9 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is also unanimous. We are now adjourned.